Hey, how you doing? This is Seiji Hito here to bring you another live stream. This one is a little bit different. I'm trying to figure out if I've done this over the previous years. I know I've done it by way of videos tons of times, right? It didn't matter what the comment was. I made a response video. Usually, if I woke up to the comment and was able to read it, right? So now this is a live stream. So hopefully, some of those folks, those brave individuals who decided to pull up to the scene and wanted to leave some of the comments that they did, which some of these comments were actually quite ridiculous. I had one woman up here saying that she hates, men like me, and I'm like, whoa. Hate is a very strong word. I'm like, I'm not. Have we dated before? Are we acquaintances? Do we know each other? Because usually hate is very specific to those that you either have feelings about and or love, right? That's like me saying like I hate rocks. That doesn't make any type of sense. I have no emotional anything, towards rocks. So why would I hate them? Doesn't make any sense. I can say that I dislike, right? Or anything of that nature. But again, hate is a very, very strong word. Yo, Ty, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up, Bushido? What is going on? Right. So some of the comments, and I tried to make it as small as possible so that people could actually see it. Because originally how I had it, it was way too large and it would only show the middle comments, especially for the vertical, right? So if people want to see the full comments, I guess you could say, and it's not so small that you can go to the horizontal, or you can stay directly on the vertical, which is meant for your phone, whichever one that you just so happen to choose. We got both of them running at the same time, right? So one of the groupings of comments, a lady up top named Vanity, right? She said, "Y'all are only focusing on black women only. Black men are not boycotting either. I don't see black men deleting their video games, throwing the hard copies away. I don't see them getting rid of their PS5 Pros. Um, I guess you meant to say throw away and canceling all of those subscriptions. I don't see black men throwing their Jordans away, right?" And that's the top comment. And for me, that's just a little bit weird. So the main thing that I've stated in a variety of these videos is that black women are the ones that are in control when it deals with boycotting these restaurant, not the restaurants, boycotting these establishments in which they spend $10 billion annually, right? Meaning with the hair, the main places that I have myself, right, as a content creator, that I have talked directly about and put out there to show like, hey, black women, this is how these Asians out here treat you when you are in their salons, their beauty supply stores, in their nail shops. This is how they treat, this is how they deem, this is how they speak directly to you, right? And they will never treat another group like that except for you. And you got black women pulling up talking about black men ain't doing this, that, and the third. Mind you, every single time I've brought up a video where it dealt with these instances, I've always seen black men on the front lines. Out of all the times that black women have pulled up to the scene to say that, oh, black men don't do this and black men don't do that, what they tend to forget and don't want to admit to and acknowledge is the fact that black men, in some cases, have risked their lives and their freedoms in order to shut these businesses down, only to just see black women turn around and go directly back to those businesses. It's like, all right, well, it was bad that it happened directly at that business, and it's bad that it happened to that black woman and her daughter. But I'm just going to go elsewhere. I'll go to another one that doesn't do that. And I'm like, that's not going to fix the problem. That's not going to fix the problem. And that's why I said 99 different times that when it deals with instances such as this, a lot of black women do not care about the lives or the safeties or the freedoms of other black women. They will see a black woman on the ground and they will walk over her just to get to their next nail, hair appointment, or to the beauty supply store because they got whatever that they got because they got a 50 or 75% off. And the most interesting part about that is that when I talk like this, right? And I'm not even saying anything harsh. I'm not even saying anything crazy. I'm not even saying anything that I haven't covered directly on this channel. And I'm not even saying anything that other black women haven't said. It's the fact that if I'm a black man and I just so happen to say this, I'm automatically deemed to be anti-black. Now my blackness is questioned. Now automatically I'm a tether. People want to see my face. They want to this and that and all this other type of stuff. And we're going to get to those comments. as well, right? But again, black men have sacrificed and went on the front lines all to see black women sit up there and say, "No, we're not with you. We're not following you. We're going to do whatever it is that we want to sit up there and do." And now, when it deals with this, and the focus is mainly on black women because they put $10 billion directly in here. Now people want to sit up there and move the goalposts and be like, but black men. And I'm like, no, black women, this is you. Like, no, this is you. Black men have tried to shut down the liquor stores as well. There was a video where a black woman, I'm not sure if she was homeless or not, or maybe she was inebriated, but she was accosted by an Arab store owner, and black men came directly through. They gave their threats and shut down that place and boycotted. Right? Something similar happened directly at a gas station. Black men pulled directly up to the scene again in a group to sit up there and shut that directly down. Like I said, it wasn't black women that pull up to the scene to shut these places down. It's black men. But like I said, people always want to sit up there and make it seem like black men do not care about black women and that we don't just so happen to show up at all. Yo, what's up, DC Precise? What is up? What is up? What is up? Let's go. What is happening? What is up, fair use? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Right. So the next one that we got directly up under there, right? I'm trying to actually make this a little bit larger for myself because it's not that clear. The second one said, stop creating non-productive content and promote black-owned businesses, business platforms, local businesses on your platform. There is an app called the Now. Instead of complaining about those who are willfully ignorant and indifferent, stop giving them energy and start promoting black-owned businesses in your content. You know, the craziest part about this is there was a point in time where I would consistently do live streams and I would do videos, and I would push, like, I was buying, like, let me tell y'all something. Some of y'all who are old enough to have been here for the longest duration, I had watches by I still got those watches up there, black and gold watches by Watchmaker by 16, black on Watchmaker. I bought several watches directly from Spring Break of a variety of colors, and I showed those off. I planned on getting some shoes when I can happen to get the money from Saya. And I've talked about that brother quite a few times on a live stream, showed off all of his videos, a lot of his videos, showed off IG videos, giving gems. Supported a brother from New York that had like a hair care line for black men. What was the other thing? Talked about black suit makers and all. Like I said, I didn't did all this. Like I said, this is why a lot of this stuff is tiring for me, because it's like people want me to start doing what it is that they want. They want me to do what it is that they want me to do, right? But when I was originally doing it, they were nowhere to be seen. They weren't looking for that content. They weren't banging down the doors, but like, Seiji, we need more of this content. Keep doing this, keep doing this, nah, they wasn't. Like I said, I looked at a lot of those videos, and those videos got no views. No views. I did a lot of those live streams. Those live streams got no views. So, like I said, I'm at the point where it's like, hey, if you feel like I'm not doing it, then if you got the mouth to sit up there and run directly underneath my comment section on these videos, you already know what the solution is, right? So you spotted the problem. You're able to talk directly on the exact same platform that I'm able to talk on. So start moving your mouth like you're doing in my comment section. If not, you ain't really about nothing. Because like I said, I've been did this. I keep telling people 9 times out of 10, anything that you're going to list, I've already sat up there and done it. Like I said, I've been doing this for about almost close to 10 years. So I done covered a variety of topics from all over. You ain't telling me nothing new. Like I said, it's all the Johnny come latelys coming up here magically telling me like, yo, you need to start doing this, then you need to pay me then. How about that one? How about that? That'll shut a lot of people up right there. You want me to sit up there and do specific content, pay me then. You ain't gonna do that though. Just like some of the folks out there sitting up here saying like, "Yo, Seiji, we're doing this boycott and all this other type of stuff. It's about time for you to change your name." No, it's not. You talking about something I created back in 2006, before any of this was going on, before you even knew who I was, before any of this was even what it is at this moment in time. No, I'm not. Pay me about $250,000 to change my name, and then we'll be talking. You ain't about to do it, so it's like you might as well shut up. Like I said, pay me $250K and I'll change that name. Like I said, it's crazy how, people want to say what it is that you should be doing, but they ain't doing nothing. Like, that's wild work. Another person said, with the bear meme, said, "You stupid piece of ish. Will get out of here and down the black race when everyone else is doing it. That's why it's a lost cause. Instead of trying to help your own or at least educate, you judge when secretly worshiping the white man." I'm not sure where y'all get the whole point that I worship white people directly from. That's actually pretty crazy because especially starting off, I talked the utmost about white people, even still in live streams to this day. So like I said, it's crazy that a lot of these folks, they leave these one-off comments and they never pull back up to the scene when I happen to do live streams or I do comment videos where I respond directly to them. It's crazy how that works. Like I said, there's only a few women that I can even name at this moment in time that have pulled directly up when it is that I've responded to their comments. And like I said, I respect that. Right? You pull back up, you don't like me for whatever reason. I pull back up and I give you the exact same energy you gave me, and you stand 10 toes down. I respect that. I don't respect when folks want to come directly up to the scene and don't want to make a response back. I'm like, you're a coward. 1,000%. Because I can either do it in the comment section, I can do it in a standalone video, or I can do it in a live stream or all three. But people don't want people, like I said, people got the energy one day and then they don't got the energy for the rest of the year. I'm like, that's a little bit crazy. But supernaturally, the same person that's been calling out white people, talking about systematic oppression, white supremacy, and everything of the sort, magically I worship white people. Okay. You might want to have a conversation with the trolls that pull up to the scene and then want to start using the N-word 99 different times. So next we got Chosen Royalty said, we will continue to talk with and deal with our own black women to join in the boycott and make sure that black men stop dating and marrying Asians and stop going to their restaurants and stores. It wasn't a black female that was at the Asian store when his who lost his lives. Don't point to us only just because y'all don't go to salons. If you have Ling Ling on your arm, you have no right to point the finger at black women. For the black men who are dating and marrying non-black women, if something happens, don't call black women to come help them. It makes no sense for y'all to bite the forbidden fruit and join the serpent. Like, the craziest part whenever I see this comment and you got black women up here talking about black men interracial dating. Let me make something very clear. You have black men out here that have listened to black women call them worthless, to say that they are useless, to say that they should be exterminated, to say that they should not exist, to say that they cannot provide, that they don't build, that they are not educated, that they're not on the same level as black women. They're not doing what black women are doing in the United States. They're not leading the way that black women are leading. All of this stuff, right? All of this stuff. And black men are like, you know what? Cool, fine, no problem. We're not worthy of your attention. We're not worthy of your time. You deem us pretty much 98% of the black male population to be ugly. And those are not my words. Those are the words of black women directly online who state that. Say that about a good 98% of black men out here are unattractive or ugly, or they deem them to be invisible. Or where did all of these ugly men come from all of a sudden? Where are all of the attractive men at? Right? So all of those black men listened and they moved away. Right. You said that they were bothersome to you, that they would say like the good morning, the hi, beautiful, how are you doing? You need to smile more. And you said, don't compliment me. I don't need your compliments. Don't say hi to me. I didn't ask you to say hi. Don't ask me for my name. I'm not interested. Right. So they went elsewhere. So now all of a sudden that those dudes are no longer in the space. They are no longer on the scene. They're no longer quote unquote problematic as black men. And they listen to black women. They moved away. Now they're still problematic. Now you want to pull those dudes who are out east, minding their business, not even focused on you. Now you want to pull them back onto the scene and say that they are at fault for something. You want to say that they're to blame for something after listening to you. That don't even make any type of sense. Why are you worried about who those black men are dating if you said that they were unattractive? You said that all the men who be dating women from other races are unattractive anyway. So why are you focused on them? It doesn't make any type of sense. And then you're not going to sit up there as a black woman in my comment section. You're not going to sit up there and tell black women like, yo, y'all need to sit up there and stop dating these men of other races because of how y'all get treated and how they call y'all the N-word and this race play and slavery play and all this other type of stuff. And these pictures that's online that show y'all a negative light and da da da. Like I said, I had just gave y'all a video recently of a divester that went up to talk to a white boy that she thought was attractive, and he automatically called her the N-word twice. Off the bat, off the cuff, freestyling, called her the N-word twice out in the open. And she was like, oh my God. It was almost like she was intrigued and turned on by it because she didn't black girl up and was like rah 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 and all this other type of stuff. She was like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? How could you say something like that? That's the best that you got after he done called you a whole racial slur. But like I said, a woman like this ain't gonna pull up to the scene and say nothing about that or how embarrassing or how she should be getting the second embarrassment directly from that. Nah. That's not deemed as problematic. What's deemed as problematic is when black men actually listen and pay attention and they do what others say do, and then we still get caught. We still, it's a catch-22. We're still problematic. Like, come on, dog. Come on. Like this don't even make any type of sense. Like I said, let me just remind you again, when we talk about, you're talking about Cyrus. All right, cool. Right? You talking about that instance. Okay. Now let's add up all of the instances of black women getting messed up, getting beaten, right? Getting flipped on their heads and their backs, getting uppercutted by a lot of these stores, getting hit over the head with brooms. Like, come on, dog. Like, you can't even make a comparison. If you want to really make a comparison, all right, yep, the young man Cyrus lost his life, and there was a black mother that lost her life when she was talking directly to an Asian store owner. Gave her a quick Mike Tyson uppercut. She was out of there. She was out of there. So, like I said, 1-to-1. So now it's balanced. And you still got black women getting more mistreatment in these stores and areas than black men. Like I said, people don't want to focus. People want to keep moving the goalpost. The moment in time that you start pointing stuff directly in their direction, it's like, oh my God, here we go. Black men are trying to blame us for something. They're trying to do this and they're trying to do this, but look at what black men are not doing. Come on, dog. Like, this don't even make no type of sense. This don't even make no type of sense at all. Like I said, for the black women out there who are directly on code and they doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing, shout out to y'all. Because y'all got an uphill battle. And I know that y'all got an uphill battle because, again, I, as a black man, have been trying to sit up there and, and tell and inform people for a very long time. It's going to be a very arduous, Herculean task that you got to sit up there in the face, especially going against other black women out there that don't want to sit up there and listen. Like I said, good luck. Like I said, Lord help you. With whatever deities and gods are directly out there, hopefully they are directly on your side, because when you as a black woman have to face other black women, good luck. So next, underneath that, the green one, which is what? All the best, right? She said, I honestly don't know why this this man came out with this negative video. He's probably just trying to make people lose momentum because everyone's been on top of this, which is a lie. I'll just remember them two Asian ladies who went off the one who said, you're going to have to come back to us because you're both expletive head and all this nonsense. What? Black women are not bald. Our hair just takes a lot of time to take care of, and we do not have that time. Don't have the time because you don't make that time. Like I said, everybody got time to do stuff that they don't got no business doing, or people got time to do stuff that they want to do. Just say that you don't got time because you don't feel that you need to spend time on it. We do not have 20 hours a week to focus on our hair. Okay, so but you can go to the club, you can buy drinks, you can go out there shopping directly to the mall, you can have time to talk with your girlfriends, you got time to scroll directly on TikTok, and all right. But just remember her expletive words doesn't mean you have to stop using fake hair. Just mind who you are getting it from. Organize your life. If you got to drive once a month, 2 hours to save money, so you got to do that, or get them to mail it to you if they say it is on mail offered, to send them a pre-posted package so they could just throw it in the package already, and you already wrote your address on the envelope and all of that. And all I got to do is have the mailman process it. Jesus Christ, the moment's long winded, because we can't be dealing with the disrespect and having um, a little boy's life taken by way of a gas station owner. And the best response this agent community can give is, well, you need us. LOL, no. Um, I want people to understand that before this happened, because I get this comment a lot directly from black women in my comment section. Trust me, I got over like well over 50 comments from these videos. Um, I always get these comments where it's like, oh, but black men, every single time something happens, like, you guys, need us. I've never, at least to my knowledge. Now, I'll sit up there and say at least I'll give myself at least a 90%, because I'm going to give a margin of error of 10% potentially. But 90% of the time, I know that I didn't sit up there and call for and ask black women to step up for me and defend me. I didn't do that. Like I said, if I'm out there by myself, I'm out there by myself. If I'm not, I'm not. That's the way I sit up there and move it. Just like when it moves to this platform. Um, so that within itself is weird. Before this whole instance with Cyrus, and the whole instance with Cyrus took place back in 2023. Before then, about 2018, I've been covering videos that have been going on, that have been happening, especially when it deals with Asians treating Black Americans a certain type of way, and also due to the fact that they're within the Black community, and these are the same Asians that say that Black people are the poster children for stop the Asian hate, but yet you still keep your businesses within the Black community. Math is not mathing. So we're the primary and the only ones, the only demographic going after Asians, but yet y'all still keep your businesses directly in the Black community. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Like it just doesn't. But no, but like I said before, critical thinking is not there for a lot of people. So people aren't really thinking about what it is that these folks are going out here saying, right? Just like this woman here in her long wooden talking about what to do directly on here and how she don't got the time. Like I said, people got time for nonsense all the time. People got time to put time and energy into stuff that is not going to add any type of growth, knowledge base, or intelligence, or is not going to better their health or their wealth. People got all the time in the world to do that, but when it deals specifically with your hair, you're like, oh, we don't got 20 hours in a day to do it. Okay, fine, no problem. So you're going to do that mail order, and I did videos talking about the types of hair that Black women and where they get it from. It doesn't matter if it came from an Asian woman and he went directly to the source. Black women say that they are very sensitive to energies out there. So you're putting somebody else's energy directly in your body. Doesn't make sense, but okay, right? So then going to the synthetic hair, I done listed the types of chemicals and the harmful ingredients that are within those hairs, or that the hair has to go through in order to be processed. And a lot of those are carcinogens and cancer causing. But like I said, I'm an agent though. I'm an agent and I'm an anti-Black woman, and all of my videos about these subjects and the deals with Black women, all of them are always 1,000% negative every single time. like if I didn't care about Black women, why would I sit up there and go to the lengths in doing videos explaining about stuff that I know 9 times out of 10 Black women don't know nothing about when it deals with the stuff that's in this hair. Like I said, that's why I brought a video up where a Black woman was talking about the shade room and how it was a Black female doctor that was giving information about what harmful materials or poisons are in the synthetic hair and all this other type of stuff. And you still have Black women in the comment section be like, yo, just hurry up, just give us the information on what products, what brands to use and not use. So you don't even have the time and the energy to fully watch and process a video that a Black woman who is in the medical field is giving you information on. You just want to rush through it just so that you can get your hair done. This is what I be talking about, dog. This is what I be talking about. And people want to be like, yo, Seiji, why your videos are over so long? Because I know that people ain't gonna stick through those videos. So I can put all types of information in there, and I know that people ain't gonna see it. because I'm proven right every single time for years. I have not missed, like I said before, and the analytics tells me itself. Where you got people sticking, it could be a 23-minute video, people will be there for like 45 minutes. So, like I said, and that be on average. Like I said, wild work out here, but it be like that, But have other people sit up there and tell it. They pay attention to everything. Liars. So the next part we got Peyton Charles, right? Said at Seiji Hito, right? They said women follow men. This was a previous comment because she was trying to bring this was the I probably get to that comment a little bit later on. I probably got it mixed up. But this Peyton person originally tried to bring Chris Brown in this, which didn't make any type of sense. I'm like, what does Chris Brown have to do with Asian salons and how black women are getting treated in these Asian spots? I'm like, dog, I could have sworn that a lot of majority of black women out here, quote unquote, hated Chris Brown because of the whole situation with Rihanna. But then Rihanna forgave him. They took pictures. They were seen together. They talked and whatnot or whatever. So they're cool. But then you still got black women up here like, no, we ain't cool. We doing this like The Color Purple. I don't like that actor Danny Glover because he played that role. I still don't like him to this day. That's how they did the whole Chris Brown thing. Even though it was mutual combat. And I've watched videos of women directly from the islands, and they like to get physical. But it's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But this person wanted to bring this up, so this is the response. They said, "Women follow men. Uh, yeah, women follow men, whether you want to admit it or not. So yes, when one black man influences the majority of the black community, they're going to follow. Duh. Who? So you seen Chris Brown with like one or two Asian women. So that means that the rest of the black men in the community are going out there getting Asian women now. Really, Asian women are not even chasing black men like that in the United States. It's like, yo, where do people get this? Anyways, let me see. I heard too many men gas up or preference an Asian girl, especially if she's mixed, all the while feeling offended that their counterparts are telling them, hurry up and buy. I seen with my own eyes black men catering to Asian girls because they scared to walk outside with the black people and still flirt and try to get with someone like that. Yes, Chris Brown, the Offset, Stephen Diggs, and the world matter because they continue the damage in the community as well as these women that they date. I'll believe the black community when they go after their faves like China Mac and lovely Mimi Tethers, and they love their lovers must go. What are you talking about? Like you're focused on a few black male celebrities, and mind you, you got other black male celebrities out here that date and marry black women that have kids with black women, but you don't want to list them. You're talking about the fewest of the fewest of the few. And it's like I got this fixation with like black dudes be, going directly with these Asian women. And again, I'm just going to list. A lot of black women out here have talked about they boycotted Chris Brown every single time Chris Brown does a concert. There's threads online talking about, oh, y'all still going to Chris Brown concerts? This dude is a this and a that and all this other. I would never sit up there. And I'm like, okay, but yet you make sure that your page is monetized when you're making that post so that you can gain traction directly off of his name. Doesn't make sense. The math is mathing on that. You don't like him, but you see the value in his name. So you're going to bring up his name so that you can get some light in your direction because you can't do it yourself as a woman. Okay. Like I said, the exact same women that quote unquote talking about they band and don't like Chris Brown, you'll never see them saying that about white actors and musicians. I promise you that one, because trust me, I've watched, I've studied, I've looked. You ain't gonna find it. You ain't gonna find it. They got their mouths real wide though when it deals with a black man doing anything. It don't matter what he says or does. They always got their mouths open. They got a social media page ready to post all of that content. And you got women out there willing and ready to sit up there and believe any and every word. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. But like you said, Chris Brown is the problem, I guess. Whatever. Right. So We go to the next one that we have here. We got this person named what is it, Thomas. They said some of the footage was before Cyrus's life was taken. The video looks like it was from a 50. This is from one of the videos I did. The video looks like it was from a 50% off sale from an earlier altercation. Black men on white have a Wait. Oh, black men on YouTube have a bad habit of bashing black women and enjoy doing it. Here we go again. The few women who were in that shop, did you know if they were Black American? Here we go again with that. They could have been tethers who don't care about Black American houses. The reason why those Asians are so quick to talk down on Black people and Black women, especially, is because Black men like you are the first to do it. Okay. You are openly deriding Black women to boost yourselves up. Sure, we are. You see, in this fight, they close ranks and come out and criticize. And then here's the all caps. You, as Black men, are consistently throwing Black women under the bus. That's why they do it. Two, and come for us, Black women, and the children, because they know you as Black men don't protect or provide. Didn't I just tell y'all they be saying this earlier? Right? You sit down and point your fingers. If you Black men build up your communities and the Asians wouldn't have a foothold, but keep doing what you've always done as Black men, mouth almighty, like Umar, where's the school? You Black men are all talk, no action. This is why the community isn't taken seriously. So this whole situation that's going on, you're still blaming Black men for it. Really? 10 billion dollars. Like the craziest part is the same exact way that Black women and everybody else for years have been like, oh, these rich Black athletes and celebrities, millions and dollars, billions of dollars going directly out of the community by way of the relationships or the marriages or the children that they just so happen to have, right? Everybody sits up there and acknowledges that and be like, yeah, that's a problem. That needs to be, fixed. Something needs to be done. But at the same time, you have a lot of Black men who are, again, rappers, celebrities, athletes. They marry and have kids directly with Black women, which then means that money, even if they're not married to that Black woman, that money is staying within what? The Black community. But people don't want to acknowledge that. They want to pay attention to the minority that is within the majority, right? And again, now when we're looking at this situation where it's been going on for a long time and people have been talking about this for decades, before I was even born, people were sitting up there talking about this. Here we are now where it's like, nope, you're not going to point the finger at us. Black men, this is on you. This is your fault. You're the reason that Black women spend $10 billion annually outside of the community because y'all ain't build nothing. What? Nah, brother. Didn't Black women for quite some time now? Didn't Black women sit up and say that they are the builders, that they are the leaders of the Black community, that they are the backbone? They've been doing the heavy lifting since slavery. They've been doing the utmost since slavery, and Black men ain't been doing that. We just been lounging, sitting there with a sweet honey iced tea or something like that, or a lemon iced tea, brisk. We've been in lawn chairs, just basking in the sun. Even during slavery, Black men, we weren't working as slaves. We were just in the cotton fields in the chair, just watching Black women work. We were secondhand watchmen out there, y'all. Secondhand watchmen. Like I said, I didn't heard every single type of rewrite of history known to man when it deals with these situations, and especially if it deals with Black men being there. And every single time I hear the retelling of history, Black men are always deemed to be non-existent, weak, didn't do nothing, not fighters, not strong enough, and it was just Black women doing every single thing throughout history. I'm like, all right, dog. I'm like, you got it. So I'm like, if you had it all the way since back then, since the beginning of time, why you don't got it now? That's my question. If you're saying if you've always said that Black women within this person's comment, they said that Black men are weak and we don't do nothing, we don't do this and we don't do that. If that is the case, if that's how you feel about Black men and that's how you see and deem them, then why don't you sit up there and start building? Right? You was building since the beginning because Black men wasn't building, right? It was you. So if Black men ain't been doing nothing and you did everything, why aren't you sitting up there building for yourself? You said that you were independent. You said that Black men are not needed. You say you can do it all by yourself. You said that you're also stronger than black men. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, it don't make no sense. Another person clown underneath that was like, yo, he's not on code, and I feel your frustration. Black men spent the last 30 years giving out cookout passes, N-word card passes to every single community and glorifying hood culture. Heck, most of those rappers grew up in upper working class or middle class neighborhoods, then spent the last 20 years bashing black women online and humiliating them for the world to see. So much so, other races of men would film themselves snatching wigs off of the heads of black women. This was the biggest method of harm. What's the point of fighting and being pro black if there won't be any FBA children left to inherit? The issue needs to be addressed privately, and good black men need to get on code and check black men like this, meaning me, in private. It's coming though. So breathe, sis, and stay hydrated. I guess. Right? So, like I said, this is I should have actually put that directly within the title of the live stream, villain arc. This is why I keep continuously saying that I'm obviously the villain, and you know, this is why I'm not really moved by a lot of these comments anymore, because I already know how people are going to. Like I said, I've been getting this for close to 10 years from folks directly out there. I hate people like you and da da da. I hate you and rah 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 and da 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 da. So automatically within that comment, the person said that I'm not one of the good black men. All right, cool, no problem. I'm the villain. And they basically said that other black men need to deal with me. Now, this is why I sat up there and told folks before how folks like this inevitably cause harm to the black community, because they call forth black men to then come into a situation not knowing who anybody is and basically fighting on their behalf. And then everybody, ends up losing. But the same people that call forth those black men, they're just sitting back basking in the sun, waiting to do it again. But like I said, people don't pay attention to this type of madness. Like I said, if these types actually loved the good black men, they wouldn't be trying to send good black men to go do X, Y, and Z. Tons of black women have sent good black men to do something, and those good black men never return. That could have been their sons, their brothers, their fathers, their uncles, their grandfathers, or even an associate or a best friend. I done stories 99 different times, and those men never return, but they return back to the grave. They return back to the creator, though, because of the person who sent them, that is still alive to this day. But like I said, I'm the problem though. I'm the problem. I'm the biggest op. I'm the biggest op directly out here. Like, yo, that is wild. That is crazy. That is 100% crazy. Also, not to mention, also got we'll get to one of the comments later, and this is what tends to normally happen when I happen to cover videos like this, and I'm bringing up or criticizing black women. You have folks up there talking about, oh, I'm about to sit up there and just report your channel because you're a liar and this and that. And we're going to get to that comment in a minute. So if you want to know why it is that certain things happen with black men's channels, is because of women like that, and on top of others. They work, in tandem with one another in order to dismantle and to get that directly out there, because they only want to hear people that will, quote unquote, give them the things that they specifically want to hear. They don't want no critiques. Like I said, this is why Derek Jackson was able to make it, and he made a killing off of black women because he knew how to lie directly to black women, and black women wanted to accept that lie no matter what proof was directly out there. But like I said, when you got somebody that's actually being honest, that's showing the good, the bad, and the ugly, right, and that's willing to sit up there and take the criticism and everything that comes with it. No, I'm the biggest villain directly out there. Like I said, you still got black women right now supporting Derek Jackson. Crazy work. You didn't see them try to cancel him. You didn't see them try to get rid of his platform and trying to report him for what he did and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, dog, this is why I can't take folks serious. This is why I can't take folks serious. And this is why I set up and told for a lot of black dudes out there, in a lot of cases, it's not even worth it doing this type of work. It's not even worth it, because in a lot of the instances, you will have a lot of your own people wishing and hoping directly on your downfall, hoping that you don't exist no more, hoping that you're not even able to speak, because they don't like what it is that you're saying. because all they want to hear is the positive. They just want to hear the good things. They don't want to look at the bad things or the ugly things. They don't want to look at the things that need to be criticized or fixed. Like, yo, like I said, so I'll be the villain forever. I'm good. I will be the villain forever up until death. I will do that. Like, yo, it's crazy out here. But let's continue. Brown Baby Doll said, okay, why haven't black men built anything that we can utilize as women? Why do we have to go to other races of men who dominate the community for what we need? Why haven't black males created an alternative? Let me tell you, because black men have always told black women, we love your natural hair. You want black, let me repeat this again. You want black men to spend money, and I'm gonna slice this two ways. You, number one, you want black men to spend money who have always told you for decades, we love your natural hair. Don't sit up there and change it. You want us to spend money and to build an establishment of which that you're barely going to patronize. And then number two, going off of that last part that I said, you want black men to spend money on a business and to open it up in the black community, knowing the fact that 9 times out of 10, you ain't gonna patronize it. Because if we're going to be frank and if we're going to be real, the main thing that happens with a lot of black businesses out here is black people are like, hey, you gave me attitude. I don't like the tone. I don't like the conversation. And then from that point on, they're excommunicado when it deals with black businesses. That's all it takes. And I've seen it 99 different times. And I've covered it on this platform. All it takes is for a black person one time. It don't matter if it's a server in a restaurant, in a black restaurant. It don't matter if it's a nail salon, a nail tech. It don't matter if it's a hair salon or a beauty supply. It don't matter which one it is. Let one black person give them attitude or an eye roll or something. Something just feels off. It's like, yeah, I'm not doing black businesses. They'll be like, yeah, that was my one instance of going to a black business and I never went again. But yet you'll go to those Chinese stores and they beating you with broomsticks. They're sitting up there locking doors on you, calling the police saying that you stole. They going through your purse and shaking it out, emptying out your bags directly on the floor. They're sitting up there and embarrassing you, uppercutting you, knocking you to the ground, jumping you. You'll go to McDonald's, unhealthiest food directly about there. They'll get your order wrong 99 different times and give you attitude. You'll be like, yo, let me get the manager. Y'all need to do something about this worker. But I know that's not the rest of the workers directly out there. It's just this one worker. But, you know, I'm just going to probably go to another one, or, you know, I'm still going to be here to get my order. I'm not worried about a refund. I just want my order. Y'all will give every other establishment 9,999 different shots, but let it be a black establishment that does one thing wrong. Something that just seems a little bit off. Y'all like, nah, I ain't doing that. So you want black men to spend money on that? You want black men to build something and bet against the house. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's 1,000% stupid. 1,000% stupid. Next, we got another person underneath that. Said Tina Travels, right? She said, clickbait, you are anti-black and just rage baiting. There is always coons like you that post that like the person who posted this video. I hope no one else clicks on this. And I make sure to highlight that comment because I love when folks pull up to the scene and you know, they decide to sit up there and write that. And I made a response directly to her and she never responded back. And I know she saw the responses in that thread. She never came back. And that's what normally happens. 9 times out of 10, whenever people happen to write comments like that and I happen to highlight them, they never pull back up to the scene. And that's why I said to say a lot of y'all folks is straight cowards. Like that's crazy to me. That is crazy. Wait, so what? So what is this? As what is it? A Smith? Like, what are you even talking about? Because obviously you want some attention because you wrote like 3 times directly in the comment section. What are you even talking about? Deacon said, wow, brother, do a Tommy Sotomayor or go to bashing them. I mean, I don't need to sit up there and do none of that. I'm just going to do what I continue. So obviously what I've been doing is irritating people. So I'm just going to stay exactly in my spot. why do I need to copy other folks? That doesn't make any type of sense to me. But A Smith, what are you talking about? You said nah, you tripping clown. You said video clips is your thing, right? Where's your proof? You said you wait till blacks actually start doing their own thing to start this conversation. Yeah, typical foreigner plant behavior. You read my comments. That's what I'm talking about. So obviously you're the type of person that you're a Johnny come lately. I've never seen your name before, and I've never seen you in my comment section. So you just happened upon this live stream and just decided to pop in, and you heard a little bit of something, and then from that you decided to go into a full fledged defense mode. It's crazy. Like I really feel as though that a lot of the folks commenting are the actual tethers, which is the crazy part. No, 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 no. Ty, let him be here. No, 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 no. Pull him back up here. No, 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 because he is a case in point. He's a case in point. No, no, let him back up here. Case in point example. Like I said, I like stuff like that. I like stuff like that because 9 times out of 10, those are the types of people that are tethers, and those are the types of people that always like to bring up points, and they're never in any of the videos. Like I said, I just recently put up what like I had got what like 3, 4 videos that are talking positively and showcasing information, dealing with a lot of things, dealing with the protest. It's crazy work. But I'm like, none of these people that pull up to the scene and want to sit up there and say this, that, and the third, I never see them in the comment section dealing with those positive videos. I don't see them adding to the comment section, adding to the knowledge base to help fuel positive energy there, to give directly into, okay, so where can black women go to these beauty shops that are black owned, these nail shops, these beauty supply stores, and so on and so on. So I never see them in those comment sections, but I get fields of comments where folks want to sit up there and pull up to the scene and say stuff just like this. Like I said, that's what I'll be talking about. Which point are you talking about? Like you gotta you're talking real broad right now. Like I said, I didn't have my moderators basically free you from the shadow realm. So which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about the same thing that y'all keep trying to bring up as of recently? Like, oh, you're a tether, you're this, you're that, all this other type of stuff. Or are you talking about the let me see, any one clip that would defend your dude? I'm asking for specifics. I didn't just went over. We probably would like hit about like 10 comments out of like the 50 plus that I'm about to go over during this live stream. Like we're not even done with the comments that I got directly up here. So what specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about the beauty shops? Are you talking about the nail salons? Are you talking about how black women have been affected? Which ones are you talking about? Because if you're talking about any of that, you can just go back and look at the videos that I've posted recently over the week. They're talking about pretty much the exact same thing. Because you're talking about, do I have any proof? Go back and look at the channel. Like it's crazy how people are grown and they can do research. They can come directly up and start typing, but nobody does research to go look at what it is that people talk about. Like that's the thing that doesn't make any sense. You say you're the one being broad. No, I'm not. I'm not the one being broad. Oh my god. Ah, let me see. Let me see. I got you. I got you. Hold on. Let me just help you out real quick. Where is the the black woman? Let me just do that. Let me see if I can get her real quick. Give me a brief second. Let me see if I can find the lady real quick because I know it was a combination video. And the crazy part is this is a video that I placed. Is it within this video? It might be. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. So yeah, it's within this one. I got it. Let me just put this up there real quick.
Chinese-owned companies are creating fake black.
Ah, that's right. You're not going to be able to hear it. Hold on. Let me remove that directly from the studio. Let me put that. Forgot. I got to put it in OBS. All right. So let me go to. It's not game capture. Which one is it? Media source. Nope. 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 Not media source. Hold on. Give me a quick second. Because I forgot I'm using two different things right now. I got to do it from OBS. Would it be video capture device? Audio display capture game slideshow. Well, we'll just do it. We'll see if it works for Medium. We'll do that. All right, let me go to CapCut. Make this a little bit larger so I can see it. Go to this video. It should pull up. Right. I don't hear the sound directly coming. Well, y'all gotta let me know if y'all can hear the sound directly from this video. Oh, wait. I got my sound down. Let me see. Open mixer. Yeah, everything is actually up. Well, anyways, let me see if I can fast forward this just a little bit. Right. This woman here in one of the videos, this is for that Alice, the person, whoever the person is, right? Within this video, and this is a video I did recently, she's the one from Texas who's getting black women together so that they're part of the hair, the nail, and all of these industries, right? Beauty supply stores, the nails, the shops, and distributors. Getting black women directly, those black women that represent those businesses in front of other black women so that they can start to go, do the whole thing business wise so that black women can support. She had a secondary video, which is within this video, because this is her talking about the what's the name? Let me see. Yeah. Because it went from her talking about this here to this one that let me go back to play. Hold on. Because I was trying to pause it. Right. In this video, in this clip right here, she was going directly off on black women because within her comment section of trying to tell black women, like, hey, this is what I'm doing. I'm bringing other black women together so that we know who it is that they are. And just because you had one bad experience does not mean that every other black woman that is in this industry or whatnot, that's not representative of all of them. She was going directly off because black women came out in her comment section on TikTok, and they were like, yo, well, I had this one instance with this black stylist or with this nail tech and all this, and I just couldn't sit up there and patronize them. Like, she was, as a black woman, she was sitting up there saying that they were just giving excuses. But like I said earlier, you'll give 99 different times, 9,999 different shots to all these other groups directly out there who mess you up on purpose, who steal from you on purpose, who cheat you on purpose, who do subpar work on purpose, who talk about you in another language in front of you on purpose. Like I said, like, it's wild out here. That's crazy. So anyway, the clip did get played. Wait, let me see. Let me see something real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Because it didn't play through OBS. Let me redo this real quick. Just one time for the one time.
Currently, Chinese-owned companies are creating fake black.
Let me fast forward this. Right, so I can shut people up real quick.
Strike down anybody who is against us, to strike down anybody who is evil or negatively against us. I put all the manifestation of positivity.
And then we're going to talk about the things that plague the black community and why we don't have more buy-in of us only going to their places of business. Step number 2, we're going to schedule a meet and greet for y'all to come out and see who they are so you can find the one that's closest to you and start patronizing their business. Is that the right word? Simultaneously, if you have a black nail salon that already operates like the Asians in the Houston area, we don't know you exist. Show yourself or tag them. Last but not least, I'm going to convince Jordan to do a makeover of her business. I know her mom's watching. Help. Y'all picked the wrong one to piss off because I'm really good at making stuff happen. For as long as I can remember, y'all have been complaining about how when you walk into these Asian restaurants, these Asian beauty supplies, these Asian nail shops, they treat you like crap. And yet you go find another one, right? You go to a different one, don't you? Why is it that every single time we try to mobilize the black community, like right now I'm talking about getting the black nail techs together, y'all want to start dropping examples of how you had a bad experience with somebody? Then go find somebody else. Meet Jordan. I ain't never had no bad experience with her. She's been doing my nails for almost a year. Meet Ariana. She does press-on nails in the black community. Ain't never had no bad experience with her. She's one of the sweetest people that I know. So the fact that you, as somebody who's black, can't just say, let me go find somebody else instead of cursing the very people and creating a narrative that makes us stop working with each other in the first place is crazy. You treat a black business just like you would any other business. You give them a bad review and you go find another one. Keep it a buck. The only reason why I would create this long policy is because that's the experience that I'm having as a business owner. And so I put a policy in place to protect myself. And this is the very reason why I'm reaching out to every single nail tech in Houston, Katy, Rosenberg, Sugarland, Humble, Cypress, anybody that's near Houston, because I want to get all them ladies in a room. If we keep making decisions based off of disappointments we've had in the past, we're never going to be able to move forward towards a good future.
Right. So there you go. And she is a business owner herself, which means that her clientele is black women. And she had to specifically come up with a type of clause or rules because of how it is that black women would tend to move when it deals with other black women, when it deals with supporting black businesses. I've even showcased live video directly of that. That was either recorded from the tech themselves or from the customer that was being rude and crude directly to a black female owner or worker. So going back to your comment, you said, so you don't even have any proof that it was real people. It could have just easily been bots trying to discourage her. So one random sister is your basis for sending shots at all black women. That's the best that you got. I at least gave proof to what it is that I was specifically speaking to. And we saw both of the videos where she was advocating directly for black women and their businesses on top of her herself being a business owner. And then she was also talking about how it is that black women out there wanted to say this and that and all this other type of stuff. And now the best part is people be like, oh, those are just bots. Those are just bots in her comment section. No, y'all can't even sit up there and really tell the difference between AI right now. And now all of a sudden you know about bots. Y'all just recently caught up to bots. Bots been out here for over a decade. And y'all just now catching up. Like I said, too many of y'all are really NPCs. Really NPCs at the end of the day. Like, it's crazy work. Black American. Anything else? Ew, that is wild. That is clear cut wild. Black American, born and raised in Detroit. Lord have mercy. Like I said, I love this though. Like I said, the craziest part is I've always got these questions like, yo, so are you even a black man? You said everybody's claiming to be black right now. Well, go back to previous videos that I've done. You're talking about right now. I've been saying the exact same thing since I covered, like I said, you wasn't there during the whole Botham John, situation, right? You wasn't there for the whole thing of fourth floor, Becky and all these other videos that I did. So, like I said, Johnny come lately, you're just catching up. Like I said, everything that you're talking about, you could easily sit up there and research. If you want to be so inquisitive, you could easily research. But I know this is why libraries are disappearing, because people would rather not go to a library and do the research. People want everything instantly directly on the phone. Like it's crazy. So the next comment, going back, right? So let me just take that directly down. Let me see. You said missing with that. That don't make you Black American. Okay. I mean, those are specifically your sentiments and your feelings on that, right? So, I mean, you could easily go back and look up live streams that I did where I showed my face and everything. Like a lot of y'all weirdos always want to see was like, yo, what does your face look like? I need to see who you are. Yeah, I get it. You want to sit up there and see who I am so you can figure out a way to try to get me canceled from a job or all this other stuff. I get it. Yeah. Like I said, face is up there. You can go right ahead and do that. Go right ahead and do it. Give me, fired or canceled, from a job. Like I said, if you're really about that life, go look at the previous live streams that I did. You said you're the whole audience. Actually at this current moment in time, like I said, I'm not sure which channel that you're actually talking from. Like, you must not realize. So let me just hold on. Let me highlight this real quick. You said I'm your whole audience. You do know that on both of my channels I got over 100K subscribers, right? I just want to put that directly out there. Right. Currently at this moment in time, if I go back and look at my analytics, I got 1,359 people directly on my channel. So I'm a little bit confused on what you're talking about where you think that you're my whole audience. You're only seeing what you're allowed to see, or better yet, what you're paying attention to. Like I said, you can't be everywhere, right? You can't be everywhere. But like I said, I got 1,300 people currently on this platform as we speak, watching either videos, either partly watching videos, and then the other part watching a live stream. So no, champ, you are not my whole audience. Don't ever try to gas yourself up that high. Like I said, my number speaks volumes. Like don't do that to yourself. Another person said, you come off like you're down, but you're nothing more than a rage baiter. I mean, I guess, and as I stated before, and I have to keep reiterating this, whenever I've had these conversations and I've gone this much directly on Black men, it doesn't matter if it was a live stream for about 3 hours, just raging out, foaming at the mouth, as people would like to sit up there and say. None of y'all bots came into the comment section trying to sit up and say, oh, you shouldn't be generalizing all of our brothers like this. You should be talking down on our brothers like this and rah, rah, rah. My son isn't like this. My dad isn't like this. The man that I'm seeing isn't like this. Y'all never came up, said any of those live streams or those videos. Yeah, I had nothing to say. But like I said, the moment in time that it deals with, hey, this is something that is within the realm and the control of Black women, here y'all come. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's wild. I love it though. I really do. I thank y'all for it though. I thank y'all for it. And the craziest part is, right, if you really think that I'm a rage baiter or this negative type of person, it's like, why be here? That's my thing. If you feel that I'm anti-black woman, if you feel like I'm some type of tether or immigrant or whatnot or whatever, why be here? Why waste your time? Why would you want to try to obtain my attention by way of leaving a comment talking directly to me? That's a little bit weird. Seems like you're a bit lonely. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. So let's go to the next ones that we got directly up there, right? I think y'all able to see these, right? Okay. Let me make sure. Is this properly? Okay, we got that one. What is not locked? Okay, I don't know what's going on with that part there. All right, so we're gonna go to this one here. Let me see if I can make. Let me see. Is that large enough for y'all to see on the vertical? It's a. You got to bear with me on some of these because it's a little bit larger. My apologies. So I'm just gonna have to make this larger so that we can go directly over it. And zoom in. Let me just see if we got anybody else. Yo, Shauna, what is up? What is up, D Money? What is up? What is up? Man said I'm anti coleslaw, worst side dish ever. Mo said I know, but he ain't his whole audience. He's just sitting in the corner. Like I said, and I keep telling people, yo, I got moderators here who don't have the type of patience that I have, and I keep telling people to tread lightly. So it be like that. I can only do so much. I can only do so much. you know. Um. So now we got Bridget, right? I'm gonna have to zoom this up even more. So, like I said, my apologies. This person said, "You fake as f with these videos, and you don't give a darn about this boycott. You're only using this as a reason to show your disdain for Black women, which dressing it up as a constructive criticism and accountability. Last time I checked." Asian Americans own more than just beauty supply stores and nail salons. They own liquor stores. That's actually the Arabs. Um, Gas stations, also the Arabs too. Again, growing up in Detroit, I seen Arabs, liquor stores, Arabs, gas stations, convenience stores, Arabs, hotels. I think that would probably be like either white, maybe black mixture somewhere in there. Restaurants, dry cleaners, okay, and laundromats. I've seen black on laundromats, but I don't see you telling black people, which would actually include black men, not to go into those particular businesses and why. It is because black men are still shopping at Asian owned liquor stores. They're still going to Asian owned restaurants, gas stations, convenience stores. They're using the hotels like the Days Inns, the Motel Sixes, and the Econo Lodge. I don't even know what the Econo Lodge is, which are all South Asia. This person got to be from like the West Coast. I don't know. Somebody in the chat, let me know what an Econo Lodge is. I don't know what that is. And where that's located. South Asian owned because they're owned by Indians and Pakistanis. No, you're only mentioning beauty supply stores and nail salons because black men don't shop there. So if this boycott supposedly fails, you can lay 100% of the blame at black women's feet like you're doing right now. You're probably personally still shopping at the liquor store. I don't go to liquor stores. I go to markets, and I don't even drink liquor. And I know for a fact black men are still at liquor stores, restaurants. How do I know this? Because yesterday I made it a point to sit outside of two different Asian owned liquor stores for an hour each. You have a lot of time on your hands. And all I saw was black male customers going up to them. I don't see any black women going inside, but I did see two black women riding shotgun while the men went inside and shopped. I also saw some white people go inside and a lot of Hispanic males. This got to be the West Coast. Zero Hispanic women and no black women went inside of both stores. Most of their customers was black men. The same with the Chinese restaurants. Most of the people going into the restaurants are black men, but I thought we as a community was boycotting all Asian businesses. I guess those Asian businesses don't count. Dear God, long-winded. Again, what's the now when we're talking about black men using these motels? Are you talking about black men soliciting? And I'm trying to figure out how would you even know that black men are soliciting? Are you sitting outside of those motels? Are you doing like a stakeout to specifically watch what black men are doing? If you are, you're a weirdo and you need some help. That doesn't make any type of sense to try to figure out what men are doing and you're not even interested in those guys and you're not even dating or married to those guys and you're probably not even a private eye. Secondly, you said that you were outside of both of these places for an hour, but I posted a video of a black woman in her own community where she was standing outside protesting and trying to tell people don't go to these stores because Asian owned, we're doing a boycott and all this other type of stuff. But you sat in your car. You decided that you didn't want to, be a part of the protest that way. You just wanted to sit there in silence and be like, yeah, look at what black men are doing. This is what black men be talking about when they be going overseas, and then all of a sudden they see black women and black women want to be cordial. They want to start talking. They want to be friendly. But when it deals with those same black men being in the States around those same black women, they're not trying to be cordial or friendly. They treat those black men like pariah. They treat them like leopards. They treat them like they got, some type of disease that can just take them out. Like, yeah, nah, miss me with all this. Like I said before, black men did what it was that they could to try to shut down these places, but you still have black women going directly through and patronizing these places. And to sit up there and say that you sat outside these stores for an hour versus a week or a month, and you was like, yeah, all I saw was black men. I've seen tons of black women, especially if they have a check cashing place within that liquor store. I done seen tons of black women go directly into an Arab or a Chinese owned liquor store and cash their checks to buy whatever it is that they need to sit up there and buy. I done sat up there and seen black women go into these corner stores looking for some Black and Miles or looking for some wraps, some Marlboros, some Newports or whatever it is. Like I said, stop the cap on all of this, dog. Like this is wild to make it seem as though that black women don't even shop at these places. That it's only but come on, dog. Come on. Like now people are just sitting up here capping, like, dog, come on, dog. come on. It's like, yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. Yo, this is crazy, man. Yo. Mo said look like he ain't the audience no more. Yo, that's wild. Yo, what's up, Tippy? What is up? What is up? What is up? Yo, what is it? Tom was like, I got rid of him and he made me bring him back. Hey, it be like that, man. We gotta have those examples directly out here. Like I said, I'm fine with people disagreeing. Y'all already know this. I'm cool. I'm completely fine with folks out there disagreeing. As long as they respectful, I'm cool. As long as they respectful. But like I said, let folks sit up there and disagree. That's what they always do in the comment section. we didn't been through this for years, right? So going up to the next one up here, this person said, I don't follow him all the time because he always finds a way to sneak diss black women as if black men don't go into beauty supplies and Asian shops and even flying to Asian to get with Asian women boasting about how they're better. You're talking about the few black men. Like, it's crazy how y'all be talking about like minority. Why are y'all so fixated on who it is that black dudes who left the black community that y'all said ain't established, don't got nothing, who are broke? They got all of these kids running around and in and out of prison and jail, no education, no college, they ain't doing business. Why are y'all so focused on the black men that y'all said ain't nothing? They listened and they moved around. That's what y'all wanted them to do, right? They listened and they moved around. What do y'all normally say in the black community? Black men don't do what? Listen. So these black men did what? They listened to black women, which y'all say that we don't do, and then they moved around. And now it's a problem because they listened and moved around. It don't make sense. The math is not mathing. The math is not mathing. This is what I keep talking about. You're fixated and focused on a group that ain't even here. I'm highly confused. It does not make sense. And the craziest part is all the stuff that they're talking about in these conversations, I've highlighted this before. I've talked about it before. When it is both black men and black women. I've brought it up before, but that doesn't matter. I've also showcased black love. I've also, within this exact same comment section, I've talked about the fact that regardless of whatever it is, or my favorite word, irregardless on what it is like that they like to say about black men, factually speaking, black men date and marry and have kids with black women more than any other group out here on this planet. But yet nobody cares about stats. People don't want to look at those numbers because it doesn't fit their narrative. It doesn't allow them to, talk down upon black men the way that they like to sit up there and do it. It's not going to sell those tickets. And like I said, this is why I keep trying to tell people. So as much as you got these folks up here trying to say that I'm like this type of agent or white people are paying me and all this other type of stuff, these are the same folks that keep perpetuating a harmful and a negative stereotype when it deals with black men. You're talking about a minority that is amongst the majority. Like, it's stupid. Like, you got all of these I can walk outside and go to the market and see black men with black women. But have these folks in my comment section and in the live stream walk out there, oh, those black men don't exist. Those couples don't exist. They don't see that. Oh, that's right, because you deem those black men to be unattractive and ugly and not worth your time or your attention. Crazy. It's crazy how people got selective eyesight, and this is coming from a person that wears glasses. It's funny how everybody else that got 20/20 got selective eyesight when it deals with who it is that black men are with. Crazy work. Diabolical. Like, what is happening? Jesus Christ. So next, right? The same person said, now post how black men always promoting going to Asia for Asia women IR and how they be in beauty supplies, working security, and shopping for products too, and how they solicit Chinese shops as well. Go ahead and post it all. You are anti-black woman. I'm anti-black woman, but yet I have done my best to put information up there in order to both educate and promote the defense and safety of black women. I even promoted a black woman who has a YouTube channel directly up there, which I advocated for, and I told people to go support her channel. She is a guns rights activist. She knows any and everything about guns. She also teaches women directly about guns and everything of that sort. And I showcased some of I think one of her videos, and I also showed her channel off. Like, if I was anti-black women, why would I showcase that? Why would I care about the safety and the defense of black women? Why would I advocate for black women to go out there and get their permits to own weapons? Like, are you stupid? Are you dumb? Like, this is what I be talking about. Like, this is why I love these comments, because people just start looking. When I look at these comments, I know that these people are stupid. I know they lack intelligence. I know their IQ is fairly low, because critical thinking just isn't there. You got a supercomputer literally in your hand, and you can research and look up anything, but the main person that you're talking to, you don't do any research. You're just running your mouth. Like, it's crazy. Like, that's wild to me. Like I said, I even got recent videos again where I went over the products and the harmful materials that are in a lot of these wigs and these weaves that black women primarily wear and buy. And then I also did other videos talking about how black women are the main ones, going through things dealing with fibroids and cancers and and all this other type of stuff to, get the message, get the word out there about better health and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, like, hey, believe these people out here. Seiji Hito is anti-black woman. I am the villain. Right? Let's keep going. Another one. Now, this is the dumbest comment. This completely blew my mind. This woman that you see directly in front of you, she said, black men need to shut the expletive up and give us, meaning black women, money to open up shops. Y'all know that the banks refuse to give us loans. I just want y'all to know, within my everyday life of doing this content, it takes a great deal for me to not just like rage out and not just start talking crazy when I see entitlement. Like, this is what a lot of dudes talk about here when it deals with women today, when it deals with like this whole entitlement thing. You got folks sitting up here talking about like, yo, we as black men need to just be like giving them money for what? For what? You got black men out here that do give black women money, but they ain't trying to build no businesses. They sitting up there spending it at these white corporations, getting bread bottoms, sitting up there. What's those purses that all these women out here like, these 15,000, these 5,000, 15, 10,000 dollar purses, like be buying like astronomical stuff for like no reason. Like you like, brother, like all of that 15, 10,000 for a purse, you could have used that to sit up there and start. That's a loan from a bank. You could have set up there and started up a business with that. But you ain't trying to do that. You just want to sit up there and try to flex on other women out here. Every time you walk out, oh, I got this $10,000 purse on me. The dress I'm wearing is like, it's $1,500. The shoes I got is like $2,000. The makeup I got is by such and such company. That's hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. The hair that I got on automatically is another $1,000. Like, it's crazy out here. Like, it's crazy out here. But let these folks, like I said, I see comments like this, not even just underneath. And again, this is from one of my videos because she was making a response to one of my videos. But I've seen comments like this where you got black women out here talking about like black men just should be giving black women money. For what? For what? Are you going to spend it properly? Do you even know what to specifically even do directly with it? If black men give you money, are you going to be able to come up and formulate a plan that's going to bring back more money? Like, no. Like, we're not doing that. Like I said, if you was really about that life, or whoever this is what's her name? Wife healing life, whatever it is. Like, dog, like I'm not sure whose wife you are, but you obviously you ain't married, because you wouldn't be online talking about that black men need to just give women money. No married woman should be out here talking that crazy. Like, I don't know who your husband is, but he needs to get you directly in order. I don't care how sexist or misogynistic that sounds. like I said, it sounds crazy that somebody's wife, I'm looking at her title, looking at her, I'm just going by the title. It looks crazy that somebody's wife would be online telling other men that we need to just give them money. Why would I, as a black man, want to give somebody else's wife money? That man should be giving you money. Like, what are we talking about? Like, yo, this is crazy. This is wild. This is wild. This is 100% wild. But like I said, a lot of those other folks that was in the comment section, they don't got nothing to say about them. Or, moderators might have sent them to the shadow realm. Be like that, though. Another person said, I, as a black woman, am disappointed to see black women going back to it's the comment down here. Let me see if I can minimize this real quick so we can keep track of where we at, right? We try to pull this directly down, right? So we got this comment right here. Again, you got to bear with me. You might not be able to fully see it on the vertical. My apologies. It be like that, right? This woman said, I, as a black woman, am disappointed to see black women going back to these people for their aesthetics. I am Canadian and decided to do my part and not support them. But I must be honest. We all must be honest regarding the deadly crimes committed by black men. And this is when it starts to go left, right? So let me repeat it, right? She said that she agrees and she is disheartened by black women going back to the Asian stores, right? And she said that she is Canadian. She's not even a black American woman. So then this is when it starts to go left. But I must be honest. We all must be honest regarding the deadly crimes committed by black men on black people every single day. That's where this type of energy must be directed. Asians must be pushed out absolutely. But we are no better if we are silent when it comes to man/boys committing all types of disgusting acts against their own. It is just as hypocritical as Asians not calling out white folks for the crimes that they committed to them. Can we please be like, what are we're talking about two different things. We're talking about two different things. And this is what I'll be talking about every single time that it's like, hey, black women, this is something that y'all can actually fix. Y'all got the I was going to say manpower. Y'all got the woman power. Y'all got the money and everything, right? Because y'all the most educated, the most intelligent, most business minded. Y'all got the most homes and the cars. Y'all doing the utmost out here, right? That's what everybody stated, right? Cool. So y'all got everything. Y'all got all the tools necessary to fix this problem. Even with all of that, you still got folks out here talking about like, no, what we need to do is just focus on these black men. That's the real focus. That's the real problem. That's what we really need to. We're talking about two different issues, and you're trying to mix and mash those up as if they're one and the same, and they are not. They are not. Like I said, anything that she's talking about here when it deals with black men and the black community, I've already talked about that. We've already covered that so many different times. I raged out, set up there and had arguments with other black men in the comment section or during live streams in the comment section about all of these things as well too. But here we go again about not being staying directly on task, on the point of something that you could actually fix. But better yet, she can't fix that because she's Canadian. And this is why I be trying to sit up there and tell a lot of black American women directly about here, where you got these folks from other communities who want to just hurry up and just be a part of the conversation so that they can sit up there and be negative about black men, black American men, because that's the easiest way in order to create friendships with black women. Like I said, there's no other quickest way to create a friendship with a black woman but to start talking negatively about black men. It's easy. It's simple. Matter of fact, that's the easiest way to start a platform as well too. And to get monetized. I kid you not. Kid you not. Next person said, give it 2 months and our dummy people will be back buying from the Asian businesses. Our black males will keep marrying Asian females. Again, with this Asian female stuff. Marrying into a race that detests our black people. Leaving their biracial black Asian children while parading them around as jewels in our community. What are you talking about? So why not should an Asian feel entitled to shoot and take the life of a fleeing black person? Asians have no regard for us because we have no regard for our own black American selves. I stopped patronizing Asian businesses years ago. I disowned. You said what? Oh, you said I observed and never ever patronized our black businesses. I love people, but work hard to maintain and uplift the black American people. Like I said before, for whatever reason, whenever these conversations basically take place, people want to tend to bring black men directly into this. And this is exactly what we get directly right here. A whole comment that makes no type of sense at all. You're still worried about who it is that black dudes, the black men that cannot obtain quote unquote black women, that are not worthy of the time, and all this other type of the ones that are annoying to black women because they say, hey, beautiful, smile more, you look great today, or all this other type of stuff, asking for your name and number. You're focused on those that you say are a part of the 95 to the 98% of the unattractive black men that should not even be a part of the community. And you said that they should move around and not even exist and be here. And they moved around and they're doing whatever they want to do, not focused on you, and you still make them to be the problematic ones. Doesn't make any sense. Again, another person said, now post how black men always promoting going to Asia. Asia. Oh yeah, we got that. So that was redone. The Melanie Brown, right? This is one of the ones you're going to see quite a bit. She said, I truly believe that the creator of this channel, this bogus channel, is a lying, deceitful, cosplaying Caribbean tether who has a strong hatred for FBA women. Shaking my head. Again, I'm just trying to figure out, where is the proof that I hate black American women? I've been looking for this for so many years. Now, in general, you've had some people try to say that I hate the black community because of critiques that I've given. I'm like, okay. It's like, at least you're not trying to sit up there and say like it's either I hate this or I hate that. You're just saying I hate everything. Okay, fine, whatever. But now you're like, nah, I just specifically hate black American women. Where's the proof of that? I've been waiting for that for years. And I've been telling people. Like, even for the white folks that pull up here and be like, oh, Seiji hates white people. Look at this. He's racist. I'm like, where's the proof that I hate white people? I'm like, hate is a very strong word. I'm like, does that not register to y'all? Like I said, y'all overuse words so much that it, in a sense, it loses its meaning and you want to attach it to any and everything. The moment in time that you dislike something that somebody said, you be like, oh, I hate that person, or that person hates me, or people like me. Who said that? Who said that? A person gave a simple critique and automatically they hate you? Come on, dog. I need y'all got to do better. I don't know. Emotionally, I don't know where y'all at mentally. It's like, it is wild out here. Like, what is really happening, right? So now we're going to go to the next one directly up here. I might just actually have to, what is this? This is page 4, right? Matter of fact, let me go directly to, let me do it this way so I can see it. Right. So looking directly at page 4, I got to zoom this in for myself. The person up top, Maya, she said she marked it at 9:45. Seems like he's making it a black woman versus a black man issue. Question mark. Sir, can you please stick to the topic and stop jumping back into the misogyny lane? Right. This video is supposed to be about showing the effects of the boycott and not pointing out the 5 people who decided not to boycott, then turned them into generalized speaking points for a tiny amount of people. There were like 4 or 5 black women in that nail salon. LMAO. How many out there boycotting? LMAO. Acting like all the black women that exist today were in that store. And again, my example of generalization is the fact that black men have actively boycotted these. It don't matter if it was a nail salon or a hair salon where a black woman was treated. Black men were out there and they were boycotting. It was the fact of the matter that while black men were boycotting, black women were still throughout the city, knowing what was going on, knowing what was happening, because it was on mainstream media news. It was on social media. It was in a lot of places where black women happen to be, where they can obtain and get this information. Black women still opted to patronize those businesses because they were like, well, okay, that happened at that one place, but it never happened over here, so I'm going to shop over here because these people are different from the other people directly over here. And I'm like, nah, a boycott basically means you boycott because you want to send a solid message that you're not going to be allowed to come directly into the black community, open up a business, and treat black women a certain type of way. So black men stood 10 toes down directly on that, and it failed because black women still gave over money. And it's crazy how people get mad at the generalization, but they don't want to pay attention to the overall message of why it is that I have to generalize, because that generalization is a fact, right? Because if black men were allowed to boycott and the boycott still continued, we would not have a lot of these Asian shops and businesses directly about here. But we do. Because why? You got black women giving 10 billion annually directly to a lot of these Asians. So it'd be like that. But like I said before, get mad at the generalization. Get mad at that and not what the problem actually is, right? Another person underneath that, critics said that the man commenting towards black women, bro, please take a chill pill with the backhanded black women commentary. That's also part of the issue in the black community. I need all of the super simps directly out here to cape down. I need you to put that super suit directly into the closet. Like I don't know why it is, out of all of the times that I do videos on the black community, that this is the only time that y'all speak up when I start talking about the black kids directly up out here. Y'all don't be saying, oh, stop generalizing all of our kids. You don't want to get super offended and be like, oh, that's not my kid, and my kid does this and da 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 da. And I don't like how as a black man you sitting up here talking about our black kid. Y'all ain't running y'all mouths about that. When I talk about the black elders, y'all ain't running your mouths about that. When I talk about black men out here, y'all ain't running your mouths about that. But when it comes in time that I got a critique for black women, here y'all come with y'all super suits, Voltron, Megazords, teenagers with attitude. Like, here y'all come. And it's like, it don't make no sense. Y'all ain't even consistent. Y'all not even consistent on saving stuff. You're only consistent when it deals with potential black women there, and you think that this is going to get you some type of likes and some comments underneath your comment, and you're going to be able to talk to that woman. Like, dog, y'all need to move around. Y'all some straight weirdos. 1,000%. Right? Supreme said, dude, black women been holding it down. Stop acting surprised. Remember the women in the prior generations were beaten on, cheated on, and left to struggle when black men wanted to gamble, hustle, and go around with other women. Please stop saying that black women traditionally haven't stood on business. This is an outright lie. Black men have not stood on business. While black women were being single parents, black men were busy with their eyes in the back of their heads and their other head up in white women's. Yeah, and white women, please get real. So every single black dude out here was just sleeping with white women. That's what we're doing. There's literally a small documentary where it talked about back in the 70s and the early 80s. Well, the 80s video was another one, but in the 70s they were talking about the fact of how it is that black women would get checked up on who got kids, and how it was that people had to make a choice. It was like, hey, do you want to have the black father directly up in the house that may have a job and may not have a job because of systematically what is specifically going on and how he's being pushed out and how there's not going to be consistent money directly there? Or B, would you want to deal with the fact that A, if the man is not there, you can get consistent money directly from the government every single month in order to pay your bills and all this other type of stuff? People went with option B. And that was both black men and black women that sat up there and went with option B. So I'm a little bit confused on how we get here, on how you try to sit up here and say that black men are just always, so it's either one or the two, right? Now notice how none of these folks want to sit up and say that black men are with black women. They're like, either it's option A, all these black men are with white women, or option B, all of these black men are with Asian women. There's no type of option C where you got black men with black women. Oh, I forgot. I guess it's only 1% of black men that are actually with black women, I guess. Every black man in the black community is with a woman of an opposite ethnicity at this point, I guess. Like I say, you can't win. Even if you're a single black man out here, I want you to know you just lose all the way around, because people are gonna be like, well, if you're a single black man, why aren't you with a black woman? Because he's working on himself and he's building. Well, you can be, working and building yourself while you're with a black woman. No, you can't. Because black women will sit up there and tell you that they don't want to build a bear. They don't want somebody that's working towards something that doesn't have what they should have. They want a finished product. It don't matter if you deal with average black women or educated black women. Like I said, I've showed off both of those videos and they both said the exact same thing. So I'm a little bit confused. Like, so people need to miss me with that. And again, for black men out here that are single, you ain't with nobody. It's just a lose-lose all the way around. You're still a problem somewhere, either because you're single and you're not with a black woman, or because you're single and you're not building something, or because you're single and you're not just to your fully realized potential, or whatever. Like I said, it's just a loss, dog. It's just a loss all the way around, right? Another person named Jen said that black people should boycott white businesses for Carmelo, and Mexican business because of Zimmerman, and Asian business because of Chow. Blacks are only allowed to shop or eat at black establishments. I better not see a black person at Walmart or Costco. I better not see a black person eating at a Mexican restaurant, McDonald's, Chipotle, no Chinese food, Korean barbecue, no sushi. Blacks can't drive a car because there is no black made vehicles, no buses, no trains. Black have to walk everywhere from now on. Blacks can only drink Uncle Nearest whiskey, no beer, no vodka, to tequila, sake, white made whiskey. This is how stupid this makes it make sense. Everything that this person is listed, they tried to throw everything in at the same time, also not adding in the history of the United States, right? Because let me tell you, I would never receive or get a comment like this if all of the black towns and cities that black Americans had in the United States from past were still here to the present. When we would boycott, we would never see comments like this. The way that the reactions that people are giving and the things that people are saying, like, oh, you don't got black made this and black made that. We had all of these things that you're listening. We had buses, right? We had car company at a moment in time. We had a lot of things that we created and built amongst and with our own, but it was burnt down by white folks. So now you can, at this moment in time, come back and say all of this nonsense. But again, context matters. But people don't want to go that far. They're like, well, you wasn't there, I wasn't there. And this is when they start fidgeting. Like I said, crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. But again, the moment in time that we do boycott, this is when folks want to start saying that black Americans are racist. Remember that. Look at a lot of comments that people want to write online about this. People everywhere want to sit up and say that black Americans are racist because of a boycott, and doing a boycott is not racism. And it's not racist. Like, again, people overuse the word where it just loses its meaning, and they do it on purpose. Another person said, 814 said, this dude is a goofball. Let's celebrate the black women who are on code. Yet he goes back to focusing on black gender wars. I'm pointing out a problem and a situation and how the two basically intertwine. If we're having quote unquote disagreements or arguments in between black men and black women, what makes you automatically think that when black men lead or take the position of leadership or do what is needed, that those same people who are part of that gender war on the black female side are going to allow or follow those black men or take their lead? So like I said, it's going to be going back and forth, because these are two situations that work in tandem. Because in order, you can't move, you can't do anything if a house is not united. If the house is divided, how are you moving it? So you move in two different sides of the house. Where? You're not going to move it to the same plot of land, because both sides of the house are in a disagreement. They one want to move left and one want to move right. So what you going to do? Like I said, y'all stupid out here. Another person, Scorpion, said, what about the black men at the wing spots, hibachi, and the Chinese buffets? So there are videos directly in Philly, and I've seen this recently. It's a place called Black Dragon, which is black folks their twist on Asian cuisines. And the craziest part about that is I saw black people talking about, like, yo, I don't care nothing about a black fusion. I ain't trying to have none of the culture, none of the foods, none of this and none of that. So you got black people out here sitting up there mixing and mashing and whatnot or whatever, and you still find a problem with black folks sitting up there creating. This is what I be talking about. It don't make no sense. Like I said, in a lot of instances, a lot of people should just keep their opinions to themselves. Like, if you don't got nothing positive to say, because you ain't doing it. Like I say, you ain't about to sit up there as a black man, get up there and start cooking and creating a business. You ain't about to pull out your grill and start barbecuing so you can open up a barbecue business and have it listen to Uber Eats. You ain't about to do that. You're going to sit there and go back to that 9 to 5 job and be stressed out, be working paycheck to paycheck and struggling doing that exact same thing and then getting online complaining about what somebody else is doing. Like I said, dog, it's crazy out here. And then on top of that, last time I checked, when you got Wingspot, I think what was it, Wingstop or whatever it was, Rick Ross sat up there and owned his own Wingspot. Like, what are we talking about? At this moment in time, you got black folks that own restaurants throughout black cities, such as soul food restaurants. Like I said, in Detroit, we got a spot called it was a Steve Soul Food, right? I think at this point it used to be on like Grand River somewhere. I forgot where it was. It was a while ago. But anytime that church was like let out, that's where all the church people would sit up there and go to eat. It was always busy. It was a nice place, and whatnot. It had like the sort of kind of like the cafeteria, type of feel. Had all of the soul food and the fixings that you can sit up there and get. The food tasted great every single time. I went for the spaghetti and cornbread, at the time because that was my type of thing. But then later on upgraded towards more stuff like, turkey, grains, and macaroni. I'm picky with people's macaroni because everybody can't do macaroni. I'm a little bit picky when it comes to that. But like I said, you got black dudes going to alternative places or whatnot or whatever and all this other type of stuff. But again, if you're talking about when it's like deep in the hood, like, a lot of the times, like them dudes, they're going to sit up there and go where their budget allows them to sit up there and go. If that corner spot is the most effective way for them to sit up there and do it, they're going to sit up there and go directly there. They're going to go there because they buck can sit up there and fly. Should they be going there? No. Do I have the money to sit up there and make sure that they're going to get the food that they need every single day? No, I do not. No, I don't. The same exact way that I gave the video before where I brought up all of these beauty supply stores and I showed the line that was directly there of an Ethiopian beauty supply store. And I specifically stated that there was also a boycott when they dealt with the Africans too, because of how it is that they specifically treated and talked about Black American women. And I said to black women, like, hey, well, this is an African spot. Y'all got to sit up and tread lightly. If y'all decide to go there, y'all going to have to be the ones to sit up there and hold those folks accountable. Right. Said the exact same thing with that as well, too. But hey. Next, underneath that, they said, perched on a cloud says, stop policing Black women. There are plenty of us who don't patronize Asian businesses. At the end of the day, y'all are always going to find something to blame us for. So darned if we do, darned if we don't. For me, no. I'm just going to point out the facts, as I've stated before, $10 billion annually. That's money that could have went directly to formulate a bank for Black women specifically, so that y'all can get the loans. Like when that one Black woman up there said that Black women, that Black men should just be throwing Black women money. That $10 million, y'all could throw that directly at yourselves. If you need it for childcare, if you need it for a education, to start up a business, to get a house, to get a car, whatever, medical. Like I said, $10 billion directly up there that y'all can reach for. That is your money. It ain't nobody else's money. It ain't come from Black men or nothing. That is your money. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. People don't want to listen. People ain't trying to hear critiques. They only just want to hear the positive stuff. Like I said, crazy. 100%. Another person said, Cam said, what was it? Why are you posting like it's Black women? Y'all Black men keep marrying them, meaning Asians, and flying to Asia, talking about how much better they are. And Black men shop at beauty supplies too, doing secure. Okay. So that's another, what's the name? We're going to overlook that one again. Underneath, we got Orange Golden, who said that Black men are the ones who need to step up. But first, but first, I think that was supposed to be, they have to step out of Becky's bed. Here we go again. Out of Becky's bed and stop being a sex toy, allowing her to strip Black men of their sexual essence, his monetary resources, his time, attention, devotion, admiration, as he's pouring everything he has physically, mentally, and emotionally and spiritually into white women and other non-Black women, leaving his Black woman depleted, alone, and feeling unloved and undesired. As Black men bow to Becky, Maria, Ling Ling, and Sitha. I don't even know what that is. Stop preferring, flirting, giggling with, and sleeping with women of other races. When you bow to them, you put your black women down and elevate the non-black women and all the non-black races over your own black race. Please break this vicious cycle and leave non-black women alone completely. Why do I never get these types of comments when I showcase divestors going with white dudes and then they get mistreated? There was fields of black women during the whole what was it? What was the whole thing? My massa challenge. It was like the massa challenge where I saw black women who are both lesbians or in bisexual relationships or heterosexual relationships, basically having their white significant other, calling them their massa. And they were just giggling and laughing. And I'm like, really? And then I showcase videos of black women in comment sections on threads of them talking about has any other black woman went through this when they're with a man of another race and we're getting intimate in the bedroom and they want to start calling you the N word and want to start doing slave play and all of this other type of stuff, and then they start talking about it makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but I really love him and I want this to work and I'm like, what? So I'm like, so within this comment, they're saying that, black men, we don't have any type of like self-worth, right? Because we go with women of other races, right? We don't value our own blackness in ourselves because we go with women of other races. But yet you got black women who are openly out here. It don't matter what threads that you go to online. You can search this stuff up yourself and look at a lot of these threads, like black women for slave play, black women for race play, black women for age play, black women searching for a dom, black women searching for BWC and black women for white men only, and like I said, the other negative and abhorrent names that they will directly call themselves. Like I said, I got pictures of black women right now who write racial slurs on their bodies doing 1940 or 1930 salutes directly in the air, calling themselves dumpsters and all this other types of stuff. And like, like I said, that's why I can't take folks serious, dog. Like the most disgusting pictures that you could sit up there and think of, you got black women out there doing it. You got black women out there doing it. Like it's crazy. Tibby said, well, Seiji, that happens and she's right, but I just don't like when they don't direct the same energy towards black women dating men of other races. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like I've pointed out the fact that you got black dudes out here or those who appear to be black that want to sit up there and talk about black women, but we all saw what specifically happened. Some of those dudes are no longer here. It don't matter if the dude was African, which one of them was, who dated an OnlyFans model, who her father was like a cop or an ex-cop or whatever it was. And then you had another black dude who was down south. He was with his white girlfriend or whatever, and she took his life as well too. And I'm like, it be like that. Like I said, there's nothing more I can sit up there and say about that. It be like that. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Like I said before, they knew exactly what it was when it happened. But then it's crazy when I sit up there and do the exact same stories when it deals with black women, like that one black girl that went to Zambia and she didn't come back. And I basically give the exact same sentiments. You knew what it was and you decided to be there and you wanted to do this and that, and more information came out that was even more egregious about, the types of things that she was in a sense doing and all this other type of stuff, and how that dude was, supposedly over there seeing other women while he had that black American woman there. Be like that. But magically, I'm supposed to have sympathy for that. I'm wrong for bringing it up. I'm wrong for talking about the story. I'm magically anti-black woman. Like, nah, like I said, missing with any of that. Like I said, I get the same energy both ways. I give the same exact energy both ways. It's just the fact that when it's pointed in a hole in another direction, those people don't like it. But if I'm talking about black men and they're losing their lives to their preference, it's completely fine. we're going to be there for that. We're going to clap it up. We're going to cheer. We're going to like the video for that one. But you're talking about black women doing the same thing? No, 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 no. Those are the most pro-black women that we got out here. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical, right? So next, directly after that, we got Hunter that said, "Don't let the three." Hold on. Yeah, like this is completely crazy, right? So my bad to answer a call. They said don't let three rep. Wait, what is that? How? Hold on. Let me zoom this up because I can't even read this one. What does this say? Don't let three rep all of us when black men are filling lobbies. If I guess that's supposed to be in massage parlors, and black men are buying trips to Asian countries to support Asian content and economy. Those are the 8% in California, and call them the 8%. Look, the fixation on the quote unquote worthless black men going out there and being wherever is crazy. It's like I'm not even understanding the obsession. Shouldn't you focus on the black men that are actually here, the ones that are actually present? But I guess that's too much work. I guess it's a lot easier to talk about the few that's out there that basically left and they're doing their own thing. Like I said, y'all said it again. I'm just trying to figure out if y'all saying that black men are broken, no got nothing. What's the use of focusing on those men that left? Shouldn't that then open up the field so that you can now clearly see the black men that are there present that are worth your time and your attention and affection and all this other type of stuff? Crazy. Next, Trang, right, said, ooh, time to unfollow you. I want to note that this person wasn't never followed from the get-go anyway. This is a classic comment, classic tactic. Said, ooh, time to unfollow you. Black men are literally unaliving black women. Here we go again. Unaliving black women every 4 hours, and you're still talking about Asians. So let me just get this one thing straight. If we're going to be frank, if we want to be very clear when we deal with statistics directly out here, black men die at the hands of other black men more than anybody else. So black women keep bringing up this whole thing dealing with femicide. Those numbers does not match when you deal with young black boys and black men having mutual combat or whatnot. They can't even hold a candle. And again, that's not me sitting up there disregarding what she's saying. That's not me sitting up there saying that black women aren't affected, but to basically make it seem as though that black men are just trying to eradicate and erase you directly out here makes no type of sense and is completely stupid. And you got too many black women out here running with this exact same thing. And y'all know darn well that y'all are around black men every single day, and black men ain't trying to sit up there and take you out. You know that to be the case. If that was, like I said, if that was the case, a lot of black women right now would not be here. The population of black women would not be as high as it currently is. We wouldn't be talking about black women being the most educated, having the most homes and the cars and all. We wouldn't be talking about none of that. We would be talking about why is the population of black women dwindling down so low? What is the main cause? Who are the perpetrators of these crimes? And why is it still alive? That's what we'll be talking about. But again, that's not what's happening. Now, when we look at black men, that is what is happening because of arguments, emotions, disagreements, fights, or whatever it is, or a mixture of everything else on top of some other things. Like I said, I get tired of this nonsense every single time. I've been getting this for years as well, too. And also said that the same Asians, black men were going overseas to trick off on for some discounts. The same Asians that were poisoning black men and sending them home in body bags. If black men would build stores like other men build for their communities, we wouldn't have to go anywhere else. I knew you would reveal yourself eventually. You bandits always do. So obviously, I guess that's a shout out to Cynthia G because she's the only woman that I know that called men out here black men bandits. No other men out here has body bags, bullet bags, or bandits or any of that stuff, right? So obviously, that as a person, that's a Cynthia G fan, and those folks come over here every now and again to basically say whatnot or whatever. They'll just sit idly by up until they think that they got a gotcha moment. And like I said, this person ain't never pull up on any of the positive videos that I've done on black women, advocating and talking about the protection of black women and all this other type of stuff, bringing up concerns, dealing with health and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, heart disease and whatnot is taking black women out. So I brought that directly up, but she don't want to talk about this. She's talking about the femicide. What about black women being overweight and heart disease? What about those main health causes that are within black women's control? But I get it. If I mention that now, it's like, oh, here goes a black man talking about the weight of black women, and you know that we don't have control of our weight because of chemical imbalances and all these other types of things, and slavery and food and whatnot or whatever, and rah 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 rah. So we're just going to keep heart disease going in. We're going to keep allowing this to happen. So you're going to be who it is that you are, and then you're going to have a child, which chances are is going to be a daughter, and now she's going to chances are have the exact same weight that you're going to have. So now she's going to have the exact same health issues that you have. Come on, dog. But like I said, people don't want to sit up there and stay focused. People don't got nothing to say when I bring up that stuff. When I start talking about videos like that, nobody has nothing to say. Like I said, it's crazy. Tibby said, well, the femicide is real, and I agree with that. It shouldn't happen. So it's a problem that black men and black women need to address. And I've addressed it directly on this platform. A multitude of different ways, a multitude of different times. And again, part of the videos that I've raised out on and all this other type of stuff. But again, folks don't happen to get notifications, or they don't pull up to those videos. They don't just so happen to see those videos. People are working that day. Whatever people normally sit up there and say for the reason that they don't happen to see those videos where I'm advocating and in a sense talking in a positive light and defending. People happen not to ever see those videos. So again, like I said, I didn't dismiss it. I'm not saying that black women are not being affected by criminal behavior when it deals with those black men directly out here, those minority who are a part of the community. Because again, whenever people talk about these femicide rates, they generalize every single black man and every single body's son out here as if they're all going out there every single day. As soon as a black man wakes up, we're going out just thinking about attacking a black woman. Like I right now, as some of these women have stated, that I advocate for black men to go out here and just beat on women and to take the lives of women. So I right now, as I'm talking to you during a live stream, I am causing negative harm physically to a black woman, or I have taken a black woman's life. Those are literally the comments that I've gotten. So this is why I sat up there and said before, bar none, when we sit up there and look at it, and again, no type of killings or whatnot should be happening in the black community at the extent that they are happening. But again, like I said, the stats and the numbers, and I did a live stream on that, the stats and the numbers do not lie. Black men take the lives of other black men, bar none, more than anybody else. When you do a comparison, when it's black men and black women, the numbers are low. Like I said, it happens, but there are nothing in comparison to what it is that black men do to one another every single day. Like I said, in a lot of instances, black men ain't even really worried about black women like that. We're more concerned about how another black dude is sitting up there, like walking, what he might potentially, got going on, or trying to see exactly where he's at, what type of time he's on. It's like that. That's what we're sitting up there looking at. We ain't sitting up there really paying attention to y'all. But like I said, you can't tell folks nothing. You can't tell folks nothing. Like I said, it's a lot more money in basically stating that, black men are this, that, and the third versus stating otherwise. Right. Going directly to the next one. Like I said, we got a lot of these directly about here. Going to the next one here. Try to zoom this directly. This looks a little bit worse on the other side, which is crazy. It'd be like that though. Right, so we are now on page 5. I gotta get this for myself as well. Right. So person up top said, I'm not boycotting a thing. Where's all of the outcry and outrage when it's black women disrespected by those people, or the cries of injustice at the femicide rates of black women and young girls? The hypocrisy is disgusting as usual when it's a black man. Call on black women to help. F y'all. Again, I just want to state, and again, this be the problem. These Johnny come latelys where they want to rah when it deals with, all this other type of stuff. But like I said, I've been telling black women, like, yo, y'all need to boycott a lot of these places before the whole Cyrus incident, before they even knew, before this even showed up on anybody's radar. I was telling black women, like, yo, y'all need to start boycotting a lot of these places if they mistreating y'all like this. Like, we can clearly see it's videotaped and everything. But like she said, she was like, she not boycotting nothing. And then she flipped it directly to talk about black men. Like I said before, and I told y'all 99 different times, these folks out here, they will give any and every excuse of why it is that they're not supporting these boycotts and doing this and doing that. And this is the number one that you've seen so far. Go-to is we're not blaming nobody else. We're not talking about nobody else. We're going to talk about black men. Black men have nothing to do with this conversation. Nothing to do with this conversation, but somehow, some way, black men are at fault. Resistance said, if black women can join you, ? Sir, the video is black women taking action. So it's black men who need to join us. At this point, we are the leaders of the black community. What have black men done aside from sitting on the internet talking all of this nonsense about black women? Show us. And I brought you guys the key example that I talk about throughout the years, Brother Tyrone Muhammad, a dude that did 20, 21 to 22 years in the pen to get right back out and to better his life. And the first thing that he did, he was like, yo, let me go out here and defend these black women. Let me go out there and let this nail salon and let these Asians out here know that I'm not going to allow you to mistreat and treat black women in my community a certain type of way. And he got arrested. He probably got another record, and he was let go. But even while that video was being filmed, while they were doing those news reports, you still had black women trying to go to that boarded up shop. It was completely boarded up because he done busted the windows out of that whole spot. And you still have black women trying to go there. You still have black women going to other places in Chicago, again, where black women have been mistreated. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing because these folks now they want to sit up there and say, oh no, it's black men that's lacking. It's black men that's falling behind. We've always been first. We've always been doing this. We've always been doing that. What have black men been doing? Come on, dog. Another one said, philosophy. Said at somebody, LOL, y'all are sleeping with those demons and then talking black. Black women have always been on code and participating in a very one-sided loyalty. And then also made another note in the video at 646, said, if black men are not marrying and uplifting black women, you leave black women no choice but to appeal to other races and rely on the validation and resources. I just want to make this very clear. I ain't never sit up there and if at no point in my life I've received a quote unquote affection or validation, I ain't sit up there and be like, yo, if I ain't getting this from black women, I'm about to sit up there and seek this out from women of other race. I ain't never had the mentality. I'm like, I'm about to sit up there and validate myself. I want to sit up there and love myself. It's like, yo, it's like, this is like, for me, that's like some weirdo type of behavior and like weirdo excuses. Like, so you telling me that as a woman or whoever this person is responding, that you don't know how to love yourself? You don't know how to give that directly to you. Don't know how to love, respect, and validate yourself first before other people come into the picture and do it. Because if you allow other people to basically gas you up, then when those people are gone, you're deflated again. So now you back at ground zero. And now you got to find somebody else to basically gas you up again. It's a forever revolving door, which then also means that you're going to be needing those people specifically for that because you yourself have never dug in deep in order to get those resources. Like I said, that's crazy. Like a lot of y'all just some weirdos and just give any excuse to do whatever it is that y'all want to sit up there and do. Don't even just want to stand 10 toes and be honest. 03 Grunt said, don't be hypocrites now. Stop buying Jordan shoes, Nike shoes. So, okay, so the Jordan Nikes, right? The last pair of Nikes I had, that was back in like 2016, 2017. Doesn't even count here. The two pairs of shoes that I have here, which both ran me about a good $300. And I showed y'all the red and blue, and those are prototypes, but I showed y'all the red and blue pairs that I made myself. Those are made over in Italy. They're not Asian. And so I got my own shoes. I got 3 pairs of my own shoes that I've actually designed and put together and made myself. So all of that stuff with the Jordans and Nikes, you can miss me directly with that. Another person said, and your wigs, don't stop, LMAO. Y'all a joke. Black people are the biggest supporters of all things Asian. They got y'all addicted to shoes, LMAO. And then underneath that, they made a response that said, LMAO, expletive is crazy. You all worship your Nikes and wigs and weaves, all made in China. China owns the black community. Y'all the biggest supporters of China. Actually, that would be the United States. Like, it's crazy how people put all of that weight directly on China to make it seem like Black America just made China great. Nah, that was America. America outsourced all of their work and factories over there to China. Like, to put all of that weight directly on Black America is crazy, and it's nonsensical. You don't even have the stats on that one to back that up. America itself has helped China generate, more money. Like, America has built China up over these last 25 to 30 years by way of outsourcing from the early 2000s. Like, that's wild. That is wild. Right? Person named China King was atting somebody, and he said, at that person, okay. This is the most filled, meaning on my channel, this is the most filled Seiji's comment section has ever been. That's a grand total lie. That's one thought, and this is a person that's been subscribed, and I checked her out. This person been subscribed to my platform for about 11 months. I've been doing this for years and years and years and years and years. And like I said, I have videos that hit about a good like 2+ million. And you talking about this is the most, the few hundred comments that I got, that's the most my comment section has been filled. This is what I talk about people just talking and not doing research on my channel. Like, dog. It's just like, that's crazy. And he said, everybody is quick to punch down on Black women, and they don't even care to verify anything is giving. It must be true since it's on TV vibes. What? But it's crazy. But it's like my confusion with this is like, why would you be subscribed to the channel if you feel like I'm punching down on you as a Black woman? I'm highly confused. If those are the sentiments that you get, why would you be subscribed? And then on top of that, publicly subscribed. Like, I'm highly confused directly on that. Like, I'm very, very confused. And like I said, people be trying to play me all the time when it deals, with like my channel, talking about like, I'm your only viewer. Liar. Oh, this is the most that you've ever gotten in the comment section. Liar. I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, yo, wildness out here. Now we got this long paragraph at the bottom. So bear with me. I got to zoom this up. Lady of Spa said, men, please take responsibility. Black men spend heavily daily in Asian-owned sectors that are far more profitable and widespread than beauty supplies. Brother. Okay. Many liquor stores in the Black communities are owned by Korean, Chinese, and South Asian families. Liquor stores are the main revenue stream for Black male consumers. Black men spend heavily on fast food and takeout spots, but that's not really Chinese. Those are more so like American, but okay. This is one of the highest weekly spending categories for men, even though they say that Black men don't have money, but yet we're supposedly spending more money than Black women with Asians. For men, you got smoke shops and vape shops. I don't do none of that. Heavily Asian owned. This is a high margin business and thrives daily/weekly purchases from Black men. Many 99-cent stores are discount shops in the Black community and Black neighborhoods are Asian owned. Men love the convenience of these mini marts. In many cities, small hardware stores and auto supply shops are Asian owned. I have not seen Asians own an auto shop or store, especially in Detroit. That's not anything that I ran directly into. Now, if you talked about a 7-Eleven, all right, you got it. You said laundry services and dry cleaners. A large portion of dry cleaners and laundromats are Asian owned. You do realize that we're living in a day and age where Black men actually have washers and dryers. I'm not sure if a lot of Black women understand this. When Black men happen to live by themselves alone, a lot of Black men, I got my own washer and dryer that I spent $1,400 directly on. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused when people want to keep sitting up there making it seem like, yo, Black men in the Black community just in droves just going to like these places and spots like we just can't afford nothing. Like, yo, this is wild. But all right. You said men use them for work uniforms, dress shirts, suits, alterations just as much as women. Black men are some of the highest gaming consumers in the United States, and the entire you do know that number one is going to sit up and go to white men. I just want you to know that when it deals with PC and when it deals with console, Black men are not holding a candle to that. I don't know where this woman is getting these stats directly from. Black men pale in comparison when it deals with the spending of PC gaming and consoles, bar none. Lord have mercy. And the entire supply chain is Asian owned. Black men are some of the top sneaker consumers in the world, and the money flows straight into the Asian owned manufacturing and design houses. Men love tech and accessories, one of the largest spending categories and almost entirely Asian owned. Barber supplies, another hidden category, even though black men go to black barbers. So it's like, all right, so the Clippers are Asians. All right, cool. But the barbers are not Asian. The barbershop owners are not. The black dollars from black men are going to those black men. And which means it's still staying technically within the black community. But okay. Even though black men go to black barbers, the supplies often come from Asian-owned wholesalers, the clippers, blades, and oils. Aftershave, capes, combs, car culture. Why would car culture? What? How would that be Asian? What? And hobby items. Black men love drones, model kits, anime collection, anime collectibles, tech gadgets. These industries are Japanese, Korean, and Chinese led. Chinese led. Black men's daily and weekly spending in Asian owned sectors is far larger than black women's beauty supply spending. From headphones, webcams, mics, black men spend on gas, the biggest expense, alcohol, snacks, cigars, cigarillos, vapes, lottery, car supplies, OTC meds. Uh, Gas alone makes this category the largest economic outflow. But the largest is getting your gas, then shopping at the mini mart. While black men buying patterns are clearly the issue, black men are among the top sneaker consumer in the world. Black women are not the primary financial engine of Asian-owned businesses. The majority of high frequency, high dollar spending in Asian-owned sectors comes from black men, not from beauty supply purchases by black women. Clarity is power. Any comments on this? Any comments on this? Because dear Lord, the most long-windedness, like I said, folks just got the utmost to sit up there and write and to state the main reason these boycotts were happening again before the whole Cyrus thing was put or pushed by way of the mainstream media to put people on notice or to have people feeling a certain type of way. The main reason that we were doing these boycotts was because of mistreatment. Weren't we supposed to be boycotting Walmart and Target at one point? And then that magically stopped. There was supposed to be a boycott on Amazon. That stopped. It was supposed to be a boycott on Starbucks. That stopped, and so many other restaurants. And then that stopped, and that stopped, and that stopped. So now, like I said before, the moment in time that the main folks who are getting mistreated, who are getting affected the most, who are spending it directly with these exact same people in these establishments. When you happen to focus and talk directly about that, people are like, no. Black men are the problem. Your spending is the problem. I'm trying to figure out how is black men spending the problem when y'all say that we're broke all the time. We don't have jobs. We don't have educations. We don't have no money. We don't have nothing to give to the community. So how at one point are black men at fault for spending and giving money to Asians and other communities? But then at a whole nother side, black men are broke and we don't contribute to the community. We don't have no money. We're not worth anything. Like I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit like I said, I'm just looking for some clarity directly on this because I'm highly confused. And I know that we got some folks directly in the background that are normally in the comment section that don't want to pull up to the scene. It don't make no sense to be quiet now. You might as well pull up. Don't just sit back there silent and not say nothing. You might as well pull up like you always sit up there and be talking in the comment section saying that I'm this and that. This is your greatest time to sit up there and talk because you'll get a response directly from the source. You don't got to worry about sitting up there talking to a video or trying to rebuttal back. You can sit up there and talk to me right now. But like I said, when you happen to sit up there and tell folks that, this is when they start running. Like I said before, we had about a good like 40, we had a good 51 directly up there. As soon as I said that, that number dropped directly down. Crazy work, diabolical, right? So now we're going to go directly to the bottom comment that is up there. Give me a second. Got like two different screens directly open. So this person said at the bottom, which is reigning supreme, they said, dude, black. Oh yeah, okay, so we got that one. Yeah, okay, so we got that one. Yeah, some of these are reposted because there was a lot of comments, right? So we were on number 5. So now we are on 6. Like I said, it's going to be lengthy. Like I said, people will be coming in and out of the stream. You know. So let's go to the next one directly up here. Right. So I'm just saying for myself. Person up top said, all these males in the comments talking about black women as if black women still support Asian beauty supplies represents all of us or undo the fact that many of us are transitioning to black owned shops. Within any group of people, there will always be outliers. I want to see the stop sleeping with them, meaning Asian women boycott because y'all are the main ones doing so. And I doubt you'll do that. Y'all will stay procreating with them and transfer the wealth you've created in your own community into theirs. If black men are broke and don't got nothing, how would they be wouldn't they be transferring brokenness into the Asian community? Right? If we're to listen and to go by what it is that people are saying. Next person said, wonderful said, all they have to do is offer a discount. This is why no one takes it seriously. And that's a black woman. And like I said, shout out to her for pointing out the obvious. And this is something that I've pointed out in other videos as well, that the moment in time that black women were getting mistreated, especially during the pandemic or even before the pandemic, all the Asians had to do, they were like, this is a bad look for us. We're going to give a 50 to a 75% off. And black women were there. They were directly in line, right? The other person up top with the orange S, hopefully the power doesn't go out because it is storming directly over here. This person said, y'all really should mind your business and just do what works for you instead of telling other black women how to wear their hair, especially knowing what black women face when they do. I myself have long hair, but still like to switch it up sometimes. I face discrimination at work when I've worn my natural hair, as well as many of us. A lot of y'all assume every black woman that wants to wear a wig sometimes is self-hating, and that's not true. Just like not every natural black woman has confidence or likes their hair. As stated before, she said she liked to switch it up, but notice how she didn't mention, she gave all the excuses on why it is that she can basically do this and that with her hair. But notice how she didn't talk about the bad chemicals. She didn't talk about specifically health-wise what she may be going through and or facing that she don't know why or the reasons why to. And chances are is because of the stuff that she's putting directly on her body or attaching to her body. This is what I be talking about. It's like y'all get mad at the messenger for what it is that I'm saying, but you don't pay attention to the message or any of the other messages that follows, what it is that I'm talking about. That's why I work. So moonflowers, let me see. Okay, yeah. So Moonflower said this. This is another long one here. They said there are plenty of women who are actively getting the word out and contributing to this movement, meaning the boycott. Of course, there will always be a few who lag behind. But if we say don't support certain businesses, we also need to talk about what and how to replace them. We shouldn't limit ourselves to just hair stores. We should be opening up dry cleaners, which you do got some black dry cleaners depending on where you at. Food markets got that as well too. Clothing stores got that too. Pharmacies got that too. Our own versions of convenience stores, toy stores, and bookstores got that, and got that. I talked about one of the bookstores during the Essence Fest and how the Tethers, sat up there and were at the Essence Fest, and then Essence decided to send a cease and desist to a black female-owned bookstore, talking about that they were trying to compete with Essence on the same day and that they can't be open or whatnot, whatever, during the same hours that Essence is. So, like I said, crazy work, right? And I pointed that out. So the person said this moment has created real business opportunities for black people, and I hope we are taking notice. It's time to advertise, organize, and build. We also need to be able to call out the discrepancies because there will be a pushback from the banks, which is the hurdle we need to bring. Awareness and division and chaos is not going to help us. Then you make a podcast about that issue. Black women are not holding other black women back. There's no reason to push that narrative. Okay. Growth takes time for everyone. Do you know how long it took and still takes a black man to realize that he should and need, I guess it's supposed to be needs to invest in family, breaking habits, smoking, drinking, improve education, and to learn harmful messages he brings to his own community, like dirty hip hop media, level up on his mental state, but having no grace or understand. But you have black men that do that. You got black men that have been outspoken when it deals with hip hop and many other things directly about there. So I'm a little bit confused on how you make it seem as though that black men are not actively or being proactive about talking out and talking about and calling out these things. You even got people who used to be in the music industry talking about the negativity when it deals with hip hop and calling out a lot of that stuff. They've been doing this for decades. So it's like it's a little bit weird how people don't see this when they make these comments. Um, Let me see. Invest in his family and learn harmful messages to his own community, like hip hop media. Understanding for his black women, he is taking a long, or he is talking long. What he is talking long a subject, but we do not talk about that. Okay, whatever that meant. We also won't talk about how black man or black men is making the white man rich with his weed smoking and black and milds. That's a white company. I don't smoke weed. I don't even smoke in general. I don't knock those directly who do. And in general, you got black men locked up because they were selling weed. So I'm not even sure what you're talking about when it deals with like the whole like weed thing. A lot of black dudes out here ain't sitting up there trying to run up and get like some type of car so they can get medical marijuana. So okay, but yeah. Um Black men have a lot to do. He needs to encourage and uplift other black men in areas of trades, businesses, and community leadership. We do that. Take advantage of his time of change. Black men have not even mastered his feat due to hustle, but want more out of black sisters. Be reasonable. What? I honestly do not get the hate y'all men keep focusing on. What are you? What hate, brother? This video doesn't sound like love or encouragement. So why should she listen? Because you're trying to provoke a change. If we're going to talk about accountability, it applies to everyone. There's so much work to do, and we need unity, not division. Let's focus on opportunities in front of us and move forward together. That's what is needed. So to say that black women are not holding other black women back, I'm correct on that one. If black women are standing 10 toes down during this protest, they're getting the word out, doing what it is that they need to be doing. But then you got another portion of black women still going and not paying attention to the protest on purpose because their appointments, their beauty care, and all this other type of stuff is more important. That's holding black women back. Black women are trying to advance a point, and you got other black women who are taking that 5 to 10 to 50 steps back. But you're trying to tell me that black women are not holding other black women back? All right. Okay. All right. But then at the same time, you'll talk about hip hop and music, and you'll be sitting up here trying to say that black men are holding other black men back because this is what we're doing and this is what we're not doing. Come on, dog. Like, yo, folks, I promise you, dog, when people be leaving comments, they do not pay attention. They do not listen to the stuff that they even say. And again, that within itself is a crazy thing. So now we're on page 7. We're on page 7. Right. So let's just take a look at this. Catherine said that, so you went through a whole finger wagging video against black women only to reveal that it wasn't even an Asian business that were lined up in front of. Laughing. The hate of the daughters of Zion is evident with all nations, even amongst our own. Closer said up before the Rick Chow incident, nothing said was incorrect. Many black women have supported these businesses after they've mistreated other black women in their stores. It's a problem whether you accept it or not. She responded, let's stay focused and not change the point. The video wasn't even vetted before the entire narrative was created around it to present all black women in a negative light. That is the problem. Profiling and stereotyping doesn't only come from whites or Asians. It comes from many of our own community, and namely black men. Our men regurgitating a lot of anti-black sentiments towards their own women. I always advocate for not patronizing non-black businesses and black women wearing natural hair. Black men will tell them to boycott. But how about black men boycott marrying? Here we go again. Marrying and dating our oppressors' women. Boycott making fatherless homes. I've never made a fatherless home. So I don't know what I know I've been, in a sense, what people would consider a stepfather. So I don't know what category that would basically be placed in, but go off. Said boycott making streetwalkers of our women. You got women that you got black women that actively go to OnlyFans instead of deciding to go to a trade or to go to college because they say that that's the quickest and the easiest way to get money. So that doesn't have anything to do with black men. On top of the highest patrons when it deals with OF are white men, and especially more specifically married white men. So again, it has still has nothing to do with black men. But all right, keep going. You said boycott the drugs and the violence in our communities. You got black men that do that and that advocate directly for that. You got black men that work with young black men and young boys directly out here, putting together groups, fathers that are walking directly through high schools and patrolling, neighborhoods and everything, or even trying to put together something else directly for the community, right? And also speaking out against the violence. Boycott Western patriarchy. Here we go with the patriarchy part. Boycott DL homosexuality. Isn't that the exact same thing? The thing I want to set up there, see, this is the problem that I have where she wants to say boycott the down lowness that happens in the black community. A lot of these black women don't want to also talk about the fact, and again, I've talked about how if you got black dudes out here lying about specifically what they're interested in, either men, women, or both, that is a huge danger, not only to oneself, but also everybody else involved. I've called that out before. But the problem that also doesn't get looked at is that you have a lot of black women in the black community that are tri and or bisexual. And I've had videos of black women that have narrated and showcased and talked about these things. Even black women who are lesbians talked about down low black women. So it's a little bit crazy, like I said before, how this narrative of black men just being gay or down low is just only a one-sided thing. Nah, it's on both sides. Like I said, I've seen a lot of women who sit up there and say that they straight, but when they start getting into the clubs and they start sitting up there drinking, now they rubbing all over a black woman. They got a black woman grinding all on their waist. I'm like, I thought y'all was straight. I'm like, what does this make? Why is she bent over and you're standing up and she's? I'm like, okay, y'all straight though. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Like I said, shout out to those girls trips. Y'all got it. You said boycott adultery. Adultery is a two-way street. Two-way street. Because there's a lot of single women that actively go directly after married men, just like you got some married men who go directly after single women. Two-way street. Y'all have way too much other stuff to be worried about other than who's lined up at the beauty supply stores. So looking at what Catherine wanted to basically state, the only thing that I gather from this, from at least this extent, is like realistically, I as a black man shouldn't be concerned about black women be getting like beat up at these Asian stores. I should just mind my business. I shouldn't be focused on it. Whenever that these men of other races at the establishments puts hands on y'all, I shouldn't be worried about nothing because I should only solely focus on what it is that black men are doing. She's basically saying, as black women, y'all got that. Y'all strong enough to handle it. Y'all can fight back those Arab or those Asian men that want to put hands on y'all. Y'all got it. That's what she's saying, right? Underneath that, she said, responding to me, she said, most certainly, because I had made a response to her. And I had let her know that, that's not how the editing process basically works. Right. And I make long videos, like I said before, because I can put a lot of information in there. And I know for a fact that on average, people are not going to actually stay there to listen to the whole video. People will like fast forward. If they happen to see a picture change, they'll happen to go back and then listen to it. If the picture looks the same, they're going to pretty much just think that all the information is the same and I'm just talking the same thing, which I'm fine with. So this is why I can say the things that I say in every single video, because I know for a fact on average how much time people spend directly on my videos. Right. So now she makes a response. She said, I most certainly did hear you say that, but it was only after meaning the response of the information that I gave about the Ethiopian spot. But it was only after you found out that the owner of the business was an Asian and you changed your narrative. Didn't change the narrative. I still stated what I stated. That was only because you were wrong and didn't want to admit I wasn't wrong. You still wanted to have an excuse to blame black women. How many videos have you done on violence in our communities that is committed disproportionately by black men? But when a young black boy gets his life taken by a cop or an Asian, y'all want black women to step up and lead the charge against our enemies. I never asked black women to stand up. You take the lead. Isn't that what you're always complaining about? Black women don't let y'all lead. Out of all that happened in the situation, you're not mad at the father and the son. You're not mad at, meaning child. You're not mad at the justice system that freed him, meaning the lawyer, the defense for child, who is also, I think he has an Asian preference that he's married to. You're not mad at the Malbite wash pot wife that falsely accused him. You're not mad at you're mad at black women. Do you see the problem here? I'm not defending those women. We know we have some stiff-necked reprobates among our people, but don't try to use this as an example and an excuse to bash black women. Black women shouldn't always be expected to step up and take the lead when it comes to defending and protecting our people. Um, I'm not talking, like I said, I never called for black women to sit up there and boycott because of what happened to Cyrus. Those were never my words. I said that black women should boycott because of what it is, how it is that y'all get treated directly in these businesses. The same talking points. It's like y'all are just deaf, dumb, and stupid out here in these comment sections for like no reason. Like, it just don't make no type of sense. Don't make no sense. Then we got, of course, like I told y'all before, the Melanie Brown character, right? They said, again, this is from earlier, so we're going to rehash it. This podcast is an undercover tether. He hates FBA women. This tether is most likely with a mate of a whole different race, but stays putting down FBA women. He won't show his face because he looks like a tether and has a wrecked hairline. Shaking my head. I just want y'all to understand that this is one of the first times ever in my life that I've ever been called a tether, and that anybody's ever tried to reference me as being a tether or a Caribbean. This is crazy. Like I said, I gotta clap it up for this person. They did something I don't think I've ever seen directly on this channel. You are one of one. You're one of one, brother. One of one. But then wanted to say that I got a wrecked hairline. As I joke around with my friends, I'm the prince of all hairlines. I'm Prince Vegeta. People won't get that reference because a lot of people aren't Dragon Ball Z fans. But again, I've shown my hairline before directly in pictures or whatnot or whatever. Right. And I've also shown my face directly before. Also, I want to know, I've never heard a black woman or a black girl ever in my life use the terminology wrecked. The only time that I've known people say wrecked or get wrecked was 360 days playing Call of Duty, Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2, Battlefield 3, maybe even Gears of War 2 and 3. Those were men. Those were white boys who were sitting up there saying that. I never heard no black women, black girls out here use like, oh, you're a wreck. What? That must be like some small town like lingo or something like yo, that's not even whatever, dog. Then she said, Seiji Hito, now I know you're a lying demonic tether. I'm a demon now. I'm not godly, folks. I'm a spawn of Satanists, as some black women want to say with platforms, right? With all of those laughing emojis. So because I responded to her with laughing emojis, that automatically meant that I was even more of a tether and a demon. I didn't know that. I didn't know that's what emojis triggered. I didn't know that's what emojis meant now. I guess the meaning and terminology for it just changed, right? She said, I've already reported your channel for lying, and you won't show your face because your facial features and hairline are wrecked. I mean, for me, I pretty much say that I'm an average, black dude directly about here. Nothing special. So I'm not even, I'm a little bit confused. It'd have been different if I was sitting up here saying like I'm just the top tier of guys directly out here when it deals with looks. I would understand, but like, okay, well, let me see what you look like so I can sit up there and judge you. I don't say none of that. I'm normal. So I'm like, within that, why would you even want to see what I look like? But like I said before, if you are so adamant about trying to see what I look like, go look at the channel picture that I got directly up there that has my face up there 3 times. One of these channels, they got it directly up there or on one of my social medias. Then on top of that, I got live streams directly up here where I showed my face continuously for hours on end. Like I said, weirdo type of people behavior. But the craziest part is a lot of these people that want me to show myself or they want to see what I look like, they don't have no pictures. They ain't never sit up there and show themselves off at all. Right? What? Wait up. Wait a minute. Shout out for the comment, right? Rose said you come off like you kind of like black women, but you clearly don't like black women. You always have something smart to say. So if I have something smart to say, what I'm gonna look somebody, I need I need somebody to translate this for me. It's not making sense to me, right? I'm highly confused. I don't get it. I don't under. I, I don't. I'm actually at a loss for words on that one. I don't even know where to go with that one. I got nothing for you guys. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm actually stumped on that one. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, these are technically some first directly for me right now. Shout out to you, Rose. That was the first time I've ever gotten or seen that one before. So I'm just going. I gotta lay that one up there, right? Um, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce this name because I know I'm gonna butcher it. Obviously, it's African. So Mr. Williams up here, he basically said the responses might not be in order, so bear with me, right? He said that Seiji Hito, LOL. Look at this shameless Japanese cosplayer. So the main thing that people would originally do is they would attack the name because they couldn't actually attack the content. And I told people before that originally this was a gaming channel. But I decided to switch gears because things were happening on social media and politically. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe the gaming part is not really as important. I could put that on the back burner and let me switch gears and talk about stuff politically. Even if, it doesn't get popular or whatnot, whatever, at least I can say that, I tried and I lended my voice and put it directly out there to highlight a lot of these topics that people may not be aware of or know anything about and all this other type of stuff. And then also having conversation with my grandmother and her being born down south and knowing about segregation and Jim Crow and all that other type of stuff, right? Growing up on the farm. So it said so again, that's the name came from. Like I created myself back in high school, right? So Japanese cosplayer, right? Where's the video of your civil rights getting repealed in real time? Where's the video and y'all dropping bombs on innocent Iranian schools? So the things dealing with civil rights, I've been talked about that directly over the years, but I talked about it specifically dealing with Black Americans, and I've also made videos talking about this to white Americans as well too. But like I said, this is what these Africans like to sit up there and do. They don't do no research, but they claim that they are the smartest ones directly about it and they know everything. So where's the video in y'all, you mean of y'all dropping bombs on innocent Iranian schoolgirls? That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with me. Talk to white people about that, but you won't. Where's the video of Ron DeSantis taking out history out of your curriculum? I've done that. I've talked about both Florida and Texas. Next, you have no shame. I guess you said, I stand by what I said. If you truly had that much smoke for your oppressor, you wouldn't have chosen to integrate and assimilate directly with them. I guess people don't understand the history of the United States being African. It's very easy for you to be a fleer and a runner and a tether to come directly from Africa to the United States. So you went from the motherland where you got all the resources and the materials to build yourselves up to basically be Neo Africa. The same way they're trying to basically, in a sense, build themselves up. You could have built yourselves up as a continent. You opted not to sit up there and do that. And you allow the Chinese, the Russians, America, and whoever else to come directly through and pillage and run up all through your countries. And you allow your corrupt government officials of who you vote for, who look just like you, to further steal directly from you. Right. But you run directly from that and don't fix that situation. You come over to the United States and now you want to sit up there and start like pointing fingers and saying this, that, and the third and trying to posture and boast yourselves directly up. Like I said, a lot of y'all Africans, y'all are some weirdos. Y'all are some weirdos. And again, y'all want to say that we directly assimilated. You do realize that we have been under attack since the inception of this country and before the inception of this country. So again, we took the route that was like, all right, well, maybe if we decide to do this, then a lot of this other stuff will basically, stop in XYZ and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, that was just one theory that I have directly on it. But historically speaking, there's a lot of other things that went on for the reason that we had integration and all these other types of things and whatnot or whatever. But again, things still ended up technically the exact same. The only difference is that Black people lost out on their towns and their cities and ownerships and, things of that sort, right? You also said that you would have separated and delineated from them decades ago as you're trying to do with us now, but we know why you won't. Big shame. You could actually delineate and separate yourselves from Europe and China, but you won't. And we know why that is, because you're scammers, you're thieves, you're runners, you're tethers, you're fleers, you're track stars. Like I said, there's tons of Nigerians that come directly over here to leave the rest in poverty. Y'all got more Nigerians and y'all, matter of fact, y'all got more Africans that live in poverty than the Black American population as a whole, just in one area, and that's Nigeria. So it's like when y'all want to sit up there and talk, it's like y'all don't really want to sit up there and talk numbers, because the numbers are going to be leaning more heavily towards you guys. Like I said, I got videos of Africans living underneath like a highway or whatever freeway, whatever road y'all got, freeway, highway, whatever it is. They're living directly under that in shambles, in shanties, living on dirty mattresses, clothes that they didn't had, like dusty, dirty, holy clothes. Like you got some of them that's sitting up there strung out. They're sitting up there doing zombie walk, no control. Like they just sitting up there just bobbing left to right off of that crocodile. Like, yo, come on, dog. The next you had to respond, you said, can you read? I said, I'm happy with your cringe content. Because I told him before in response, I'm like, you could just sit up there and block me. Like, if you don't like the content stuff I'm saying, you can just block me, yada, 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 all this other type of stuff, right? His reply is that I'm happy with your cringe content because it exposes your hypocrisy, obsession, and irony. And I believe it's a good look for continental Africa like myself to truly understand how you people, right? So for the Black Americans out there, for the Pan-Africans, he said, you people. He didn't say we were all one. He said, you people, right? Are about us. Why would I block you? LMAO. He said, you guys, your page in particular, don't have any smoke for actual oppressors. I done talked about white people, argue with white people back and forth and all this other type of stuff, made tons of videos. This dude, this African, is a straight liar. Again, while your civil rights are literally being peeled back and repealed as we speak, you repeating the same thing as above. Not a single video from you about the J6s receiving reparations. That's a lie, because I did that video. And I also talked about the shoes and the cell phone. And I talked about the cryptocurrency. So this dude is a dummy as an African. Or you're losing your voting rights. I've talked about that before, but I also talked about, but realistically, technically, it shows that voting doesn't even matter. If he was actually in America, he would actually understand this. The electoral colleges have the utmost power. But I've specifically told Black Americans, when it deals locally, when you can touch and feel, you got a better chance dealing with that and getting things done versus dealing with the presidents and all this other type of stuff, right? He said, and not a single video from you about the J6ers or y'all using your voting rights, right? But yeah, Africans and this and Africans that, I definitely feel like a super villain. Again, hyping yourself up, being stupid. Not only do you show videos, you pass off terrible logical commentary on them as well, embarrassing, exhibiting your phony ignorance and obvious Afrophobia. There's no such thing as Afrophobia. Like I said, anything that Black Americans have made, when we say like Black phobia, right, or anything like that, here they come. There was no such thing as Afrophobia. Y'all, again, now y'all just sitting up there just making up. Y'all never had that originally. Y'all were never even talking that way. So now everybody out here has a phobia of Africans. Come on now. Come on. So are you going to say that South Africans have a phobia of you? I don't think you're going to do that. Right? Very intriguing lot you people are. And I'm normally that's a UK type of thing that I'm used to hearing, right? Because we got some UK folks directly up here, part of the channel. And that's what makes pages like yours very useful for me to share with my fellow Nigerians. Like I told y'all before, e.g., your deeply petulant take on Disney ripping off one of our creators was disturbingly hilarious. Now, it's the craziest thing is you went back far enough to basically see that video, but you didn't see any other videos. You didn't. Like Disney and everybody else been sitting up there ripping y'all off, and y'all ain't saying nothing. He was like, "Hey, the white man." Like that's it. Like y'all wasn't sitting up there saying nothing. Y'all wasn't trying to start no friction with that. Y'all like it was nothing, right? And he said it was hilarious. He's like, "How can some be this loud, wrong, and ignorant? We laugh so hard at it. Not to mention you brag so much about being American, but you appropriate Japanese culture with your name. Real joke." Again, I was taking Japanese class during the time, and I created something in which my friends would originally sit up there and call me. So that's what I sat up there and did while being in Japanese class. And again, he's African, so he doesn't know anything about that. When it deals with Black American culture, and when we take in Asian culture, such as, let's say, martial arts film, Chinese, or if it deals with anime, Japanese, we tend to show our love directly for those cultures in a variety of ways, either in which the way that we draw the characters that we are directly attached to, or that we might have gamer tags or whatever directly after, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, he's African. He don't know nothing about that because they weren't around during those 360 days or any earlier days and all this other type of stuff the way that we were here. They were doing some other type of stuff. Like I said, they weren't even really on the internet and phones, during those 2000s and whatnot or whatever. Like they didn't even have nothing out there like that. Like I said, a lot of them are just really getting into the spot of getting workable internet, cell phones, and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, all of this stuff that this dude is sitting up there talking, he sounds completely ridiculous. 1000%. So now we're on page 9. Again, just bear with me. We are still going, right? So let me get page 9 directly up here, which on also shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys that are currently here at this moment in time where we're going and responding to the comments from folks up out here at this moment. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So the next one we got directly up here, again from him. He said, this page is juvenile AF. You advocate for leaving Africans alone while wildly obsessing over the same Africans with a joke. Meanwhile, this page's name is inspired by Japanese culture. Pure foolery all around. Again, this is about like the third time he technically like mentioned the name, whatever. If I would have called myself whatever it was, people would still sit up there and find a problem. But instead of specifically dissecting all of the videos that I have directly up there, people opt not to do it. They'll take a few videos, they will strap a point directly to that, and then they'll just let that float. Again, I've even talked about issues going over there in Africa trying to bring awareness directly to that. You think he saw those videos? No. You think he saw the videos where I was sitting up there trying to hype up Africa and the fact that they got at least a good 5 nations directly over there trying to stand tall against Europe? Nope. Do you think that he was looking at the videos where I talked about like, yo, Africans, y'all need to band together so y'all can have y'all resources. This is your worth. This is your value and all this? No. So like I said, this is why these clowns, these African clowns out here are clowns to me, because they will pick and choose. They will cherry pick the videos that they want to see and they'll overlook the other videos. Then next he said, unfortunately, this is YouTube. I have no intentions to block. I'm rather showing your page and content to my fellow Africans so that they can see how you people, again with the you people, view, stereotype, perceive, misinform, and talk crazy about us and our continent. Fair game. Keep it up. LOL. The craziest part is I showcased a Nigerian that is on TikTok that stated that he robbed the Nigerian people, that his father robbed Nigerian people and ran off with their money to the United States. And he told Nigerians that y'all ain't going to do nothing. Come get this money. You won't. He said that openly. And I showcased that video, and this dude is a Nigerian. So he can spot the videos that he don't like. But when it's Africans talking about Africa and I'm making commentary around that content, he don't got nothing to say about. He don't want to bring that. He didn't see that. Those videos don't exist. That's crazy. That's crazy. So again, we got the classic Melanie Brown, and this is when it gets even more crazy. And I just left her where she was after this one, right? Because she was like, as Seiji Hito, I hate people like you. Again, I want people, just think about that, right? How could you, as a human being that decided to land on somebody's page, watch a live stream or video or their content on your own accord, under your own volition, how could you say that you hate somebody? Like, that's weirdo type of behavior. Like, you got men in your lives that have actually harmed you or affected you in a type of way, both physically, emotionally, or both, or whatnot, or whatever. You're not talking about that you hate them openly online. You're talking to a random black dude online talking about in his comment section, mind you, on his own page, mind you, that you hate me, weirdo. You don't have this type of energy for the men that actually affected you in your life, but you got all this time and energy, this type of energy for me. Like I said, a lot of y'all are weirdos, dog. Y'all got a lot of misplaced energy and anger in a variety of places. Y'all need therapy. Y'all need help. Right? So Melanie Brown then said, I hate people like you who exploit FBA issues for your own wicked gain. Again, I'm a demon, right? And cosplaying because I'm a tether, right? I'm a Caribbean tether as being one of us. Why do you keep saying Black Americans? Because I've been saying Black Americans for pretty much the tenure of me, being directly here, reporting on stuff. I think I even originally had a intro where it said Black American News Network or something like that. So again, I've been doing this for a fairly long time. And that was back in like 2019, probably 2018, right? When FBAs and ADOS freedmen are getting away from that title, only tethers continue to use the term Black Americans. I reported your page because you are indeed a liar. How am I a liar? She still didn't give any proof that I'm a liar on anything that I've stated. And like I said to the Black folks out there, I'm sorry, not to the Black folks, to the Black men out here, this is the uphill battle that you will have to face if you decide that you want to do content like this. You're going to have Black women out here that are going to want to get your page deleted or reported or shadow banned or whatnot or whatever because they specifically do not like your content at all, while also at the same time still watching your content and listening to you, which makes no sense. Like I said, I've seen these folks before. They got like threads and stuff directly online in different places where they think that people won't find them. And they advocate and talk about how it is that they're going to get a Black man's page like shut down and how they're doing this and doing that. And they're telling their girlfriends or their groups to do the exact same thing. Like I said, dog, like, yo, this is why you got a lot of Black dudes that just go directly into gaming. And they're like, I'm not dealing with this politics. I'm not worried about or dealing with anything with the Black community because folks don't want to listen. They'll do everything to take you down versus everything to basically help and make sure things will succeed. And then at the same time, while being the causation of Black men not talking directly online, they were like, where are the Black men to sit up there and talk about these issues? Why are y'all staying so silent? Why y'all not talking about this? Well, y'all getting a lot of pages deleted. Y'all want to report a lot of stuff because y'all don't like the opinions. Y'all don't like what it is that we're saying because we're not specifically catering to you or saying things that you would like to hear. Yeah. Like I said, I don't get comments like this from Black men where they be like, yo, bro, I hate you. I hate Black men like you. Like da 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 da. Like yeah, bro. From Black man to another, I'm about to sit up there and report my page. I'm about to get all my bros. We want to report you too. Yeah, I don't get that from Black men. I can tell you that. I can tell you that beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't sit up there and get this type of foolishness from Black men. Like I said, this is crazy. But like I said, you got Black women out here with platforms all over the place talking about that Black men shouldn't exist, young Black boys shouldn't exist. And on top of the fact you got Black women out here going to white men talking about that they're looking for white men to do what needs to be done in order to make sure that Black men are no longer here. Like yo, that's crazy. But you ain't sit up there and hear me say that I hate those women. I said I dislike their viewpoint. I have a problem with their viewpoint. Their viewpoint is problematic. I'm not going to say automatically that I hate them because they say that they hate me or men like me. Like I said, dog, it's very crazy. Another person underneath that, she said, you're ridiculous. I can't stand Black men like you. I guess. Like I said, you got a whole blonde wig directly on. I guess you got it. You are Super Saiyan level 1 at this moment in time. You got it. You want 100%. You are emo Super Saiyan as a Black woman. You got it. You got it. Your power level is over 9,000. I'm not even going to fight you. I don't have Broly level strength at this moment. You got it, champ. I would never go toe to toe with you. Yo, this is like I said, this is wild. Yo, this is 100% wild directly out here. Hold on, let me zoom in because that's what I want to do. I want to zoom directly in. Let me just minimize the rest of this, and then just zoom in. Right? She said that this is the person that said that she cannot stand Black men like me. Right? This is that person. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Technically, with the length of hair, I'm looking at the one that's going to the chin. Dare I say Super Saiyan 2? She might be at like Teen Gohan level strength. Like I said, she got it. Like I ain't fighting you. You got it. Like I'm not about to sit up there and be dealing with a father son Kamehameha coming towards me. I'm not Cell. I'm moving. You see a Kamehameha, you stay. I see a Kamehameha, I move. I'm not doing that, brother. You got it. You got it. You got it. You 100% got it. But like I said, it's crazy to me how these folks, they always say that they hate black men like me, but they always show up to these pages. How does that work? How do y'all do the math on that? Like how do y'all just figure the math directly on that as if it just 100% makes sense? It's like I don't like black men like you, but I'm going to make sure to get your attention by leaving a comment on a page of a black man that I don't like. What? Like isn't there supposed to be like checks and balances when black women basically speak on certain stuff? Like I need black women to sit up there and just be doing some checks and balances out here so that these women out here don't be looking so stupid. Like I said, they're still going to be looking stupid, but they won't look as stupid. Like I said, you're Super Saiyan 2, and then you saying that you hate black men like me. You're trying to get my attention. You wanted to get my attention. You wanted to let me know that you existed. Weirdo type of behavior. Again, I don't know who she is. I never seen her here. I didn't call for her. I didn't send for her. I didn't ask for her. I didn't even pray to God. Like this is crazy. I'm not asking for Super Saiyans out here. That's crazy. You got that though. King said as Seiji, so you are a tether. Is you they said so you are a tether question mark. Is your woman black question mark? And you never answered the accusation, and that itself says a lot. My thing is this: for what reason do I need to sit up there and actually prove stuff? I mean, I've talked about stuff before, but what would I need to sit up there and prove again? I'm just a little bit confused. Like I said, I've been here for the longest time possible. And then all of a sudden, now these folks, when they don't really have anything to go off of and they can't go back and forth with the content or the information that I put directly out there, it's like, okay, well, you're a tether. I don't like the critiques and everything that you're saying. You're a tether. So then if I do everything to basically prove that I'm a black American man, right? Families from here, all the other type of stuff, then it's going to be like, okay, well, you're a sellout. You're Uncle Tom. You're this and you're that, because instead of trying to help out your people, you know how it is systematically that we've been going through stuff. You opt to make negative content about the black community and about us because white people are sitting up there paying you because secretly you hate us and you working for massa, and like it's gonna be all of this other type of stuff, dog. So it's like it don't even matter. Like I said, whatever you feel, whatever you think is whatever you feel and think. And again, a lot of these comments are coming directly from faceless people. This dude, what is it? Donnell King. What do you even look like? Who are you? Where did your people even come from? What woman are you even dating clearly at this moment? Like, do you understand how this works? Like, my face has been present up on here dealing with social media more than a lot of these other folks going on. Like, it's highly weird. Highly weird. Like I said, and if people really want to sit up and see me, they can sit up there and look at me on the Seiji Zone. How about that one? They can sit up there and do that, but they won't. But they won't. Next, directly underneath that, you got a woman that said I was, and this is a person being honest, right? She said, I was so offended by the first video. I really thought that this house Negro was the creator of this post. I'm glad I kept listening to see that this is a post of a sellout. Exactly. Somebody who initially had the wrong thought process got caught up emotionally. This is why I try to tell people, like, yo, you got to move with logic first. Move with logic over emotions. Move with logic over emotions. So she initially got emotional, which most people do. But then once she decided to bear through it and kept listening, she realized that, oh, the person in the video is not actually the content creator. This is like some other, yeah, duh. It's just, like, yo, like I said before, it's crazy work out here, dog. It's crazy work. Crazy work, right? So now we're going to page 10. We are at the quote unquote end of the road. End of the road, right? So let me get rid of that white space that is there. You do that. Zoom this directly up. Again, bear with me. I know it's not showing up properly on vertical. It'd be like that, but you got the commentary, and I also read the comment as well too. So the person basically said with the green name, what is that? I'm just going to say Mar. They said Ninja's going to be waving the flags, claiming to be all American before the end of next month. This MF has an Asian channel name talking about me. FFS, LOL. Enemy is Africa first and foremost, even edited in an old video. What? I guess they're talking about the video that I did. I placed another clip of another video directly in there, right? Nigerians didn't convict Carmelo or take our kids, but punching down is much safer. Pan-Africanism or die. Those are your options. So is that a threat? I'm just a little bit confused. So if I don't choose Pan-Africanism, what are you gonna do? That's what I'm trying to figure. Like how far are we taking this here? Like what are you gonna do? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because you're not going to do nothing. You're not going to do nothing. If I don't side with you, if I don't agree with you, if I don't make the talking points that you want me to sit up there and make, you're not going to do nothing. That's why you're in the comment section talking. The next comment, he said, Nigerians might be the most thoroughly brainwashed group of people on the continent, but let's not pretend that there is a shortage of expletives manufactured here in the United States. Again, but people want to sit up and say that I'm the tether and I'm the problem and all this other type of stuff. And I'm the one sitting up there throwing sneak disses and all this other type of stuff. There's been a whole bunch of sneak disses towards Black Americans, Black men, and me specifically throughout the whole comments. I think I want to say there's probably over 50 comments that we ran directly over in about 3 hours that I've been giving commentary directly towards, and a lot of them were nonsensical. And like I said before, all of these comments that you were able to see me read directly through, all of this had to specifically do for the simple fact that I made videos talking about the situation with the boycott, the situation dealing with Black women in the boycott, either both positively or negatively, bringing up information, positive information, dealing with the boycott, and all of these things. And all of this stuff, to sum it up, the greater majority of the comments had to negatively do with Black men, talking about what it is that we're not doing and all this other type of stuff going directly on. Again, it doesn't make any type of sense. Like what are we talking about? D-Money was like, I hate you, said you trying to report it. Like, yo, it's crazy. Like, yo, it is wild. It is wild out here. Let me tell you. Yeah. Hansa, what is up? You said if you critique Black women, that means that you hate Black women and your mama. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Yep. Yo, Mickey Breaks. Yo, what is up? That is a name I ain't seen in a minute. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? But yeah, like I said, all of this is crazy. 100%. It is 100% crazy out here how folks out here, want to be moving. And I also want to note as well too, right, that when I just so happen to do live streams of different things of this nature, a lot of folks are going to sit up there and say that they never seen these videos, that they just didn't catch the live stream for whatever reason and all this other type of stuff. And then they're going to run directly back to their talking points. Wait, what did somebody say? I saw another comment up there. Somebody said, do you just put these videos up just to infuriate us? Wait, where's the comment at? I was trying to find that comment because I just saw it was a newer comment, but I know that was about like a day ago, so it doesn't even matter. Like I said, it is crazy. It is 100% crazy. Just like I brought up the video where, and that video got very little views. I brought up a video recently about a white dude who wanted to sit up there and talk about Black folks graduating. What was some of the other videos I brought up? Brought up a video about it was titled "A Few Black Businesses Black Women Can Support." That video by itself got 635 views. Out of all the videos I posted, 635 views, right? Other informational video talking about McDonald's using facial recognition technology, 506 views, 20 comments. The business that Black women can support, 635 views, 25 comments. Right. And another video I did said, what good is protesting if you won't financially starve? Who disrespected you? 887 views, 26 comments. So it's like, it's crazy that you can do videos and you can put those directly out there and you know for a fact before you even post them that it's not going to get a lot of views. You already know it's not going to get a lot of views. Like I said, I know this before, just like with even when it deals with like the live stream and different stuff like this. I know what videos are going to get views and what videos are not. And I know what videos people are going to show up for and what videos people are not, because people like to cherry pick and choose what it is that they want to pull directly up for, which, it be like that. One of the other videos that we had directly out there that I was able to get my hands directly, I think I gave y'all saw the video dealing with the Nigerian woman that wanted to, start talking, all types of mess when it deals with Black Americans, but she was more so pointed towards Black American women. Right. Again, she was talking, all types of crazy, all this other type of stuff, right? So I'm trying to look through, and I should sit up there and highlight that as well too. I'll probably do it at a moment. Let me see, because a lot of people want to sit up there and say that Black men ain't doing nothing, right? So let me give y'all an example of a Black man sitting up there doing something, right? So let's take a look directly at this video real quick.
But I'm gonna say it. I'm tired. I'm tired of every fucking store I go to when I'm thirsty and just want a bottle of water. None of them look like me. That's what I'm gonna say. None of them. So you know what? Today, as I ride around, every fucking kid that I see on the corner selling waters, if they don't got a cooler, I'm getting them a cooler. That's why I'm buying my fucking waters and beverages from for this whole summer. Kids on the fucking corner selling waters and shit. I'm pulling the Family Dollar right now to buy 3 coolers because I already seen 3 kids. Fuck this shit. Shit, here we go. We're about to get these. What? Hey, yo, look. I rolled past y'all earlier. I ain't think y'all was serious. I asked him, was y'all serious? He said, yeah. So, I'm tired of buying shit from the Asians, all of them. So, since y'all right here, I got y'all a cooler. Go ahead and grab a cooler. Get your cooler. No, both of you, let's grab 2. So, y'all can be on both sides of the corner. I need y'all to work together, though. You feel me? Thank you. Take the cooler. No problem, bro. Hey, I used to sell waters. You got ice? No, I got money for ice. I ain't seen no ice. So, I'm going to give y'all $10 to go get some ice. Thank you. Listen, next thing, no, just take 2 coolers. I gotta go to another one. No. Get that to us. Make sure you go grab the ice. All right. And listen, tell them where y'all at. Greenmount 39. Greenmount 39. What y'all gonna be selling? Waters and sodas. Sometimes might be snacks. All right, slide over. Now listen, that's a good thing. Might be snacks. My goal is, I'm gonna give y'all my number too. My goal is to make sure that y'all competing with these fucking Koreans and Asians. Sell them out. We gonna get better waters though. They nice to start, but we want some name brand waters. And yeah, listen, we gonna get this shit right. I'm gonna give y'all my number so y'all can get up with me.
Right. So we saw that, right? So again, through a lot of those comments, they wanted to sit up there and say that Black men ain't doing this and Black men ain't doing that. This is where I want to sit up there and let y'all know where catch-22 is, right? Where it's a double-edged sword. So this Black man recorded this. What's going to happen is that those same Black women that say that Black men ain't doing nothing, they're going to say that either this is only just like one Black man, or they're especially going to sit up and say, well, he recorded it, so he just wanted to put himself in the spotlight. He wanted to make it more about himself than the kids, and he didn't genuinely want to sit up there and actually doing it. This is fake, right? But yet you got Black women that film themselves giving food directly to the homeless or giving money to the homeless and putting it out there. So on one end, if Black women sit up there and are trying to push a positive narrative, it's a-okay. It's great for people to sit up and see Black women in a positive light and highlight that and then share positivity so that more people will do it. But if a Black man do it, it's not genuine. And I'm like, how does that doesn't even make any type of sense. It doesn't make any type of sense. And then on top of that, somebody will sit up and be like, well, it's great that he did it, but why doesn't he just, build like a a water stand directly for them on a corner where they can sit up there and sell the waters and this, that, and the third. Or, why don't you create them like a DBA or an LLC? Like, there's so much more that you could be doing, just going to the dollar store and spending $10, on an Igloo bucket and, and $10 on ice. That's not really doing anything. You could be doing more as a black man. I'm like, dog, I need y'all to shut up. Sonny was like, and they do charity while always showing off their butts and their breasts. That's crazy. Yo, that is wild. That is wild, But like I said, it don't matter how you sit up there and slice it. Like I told y'all before, somehow, some way, black men will be positioned, even if you're doing the right things, the most positive things, you're still not doing enough. Because in a lot of their eyes, the only way that you could be doing the most is if you're on the ground. And even if you're on the ground, magically, you just ain't die right. You're just a body bag. Like I said, man, it's just, it's I don't know, dog. It's ridiculous, out here when it deals with a lot of this stuff. And now we can go directly over to another video real quick. Let me see. Community of any race. I'm not gonna highlight that one. That was the police shooting somebody else. I gotta do that video about the black driver getting pulled over. I gotta put that one up there. So let's go to the conservative. This is something that I've talked about before. Let me highlight this real quick. Let's listen to this.
That's holding on to their history as tight as possible. Like, yo, you don't see no Jews holding on to the Holocaust and blaming the Holocaust why they can't do better in life. You only see black people blaming their history. That's the only people I see blaming their history on the reason why they can't improve in life. It is 2026. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing, oh, what the government did this, white people did this. Da, 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 da. What are you doing to change now? I'm confused. You keep on blaming others for your choices in life right now. Again, oh, the Holocaust was as bad as slavery. People's lives still got took in both situations. The same way that no sin is greater is the same way that is not, nothing is greater than the other. People's still life got taken within those two things. But you see Jews using the Holocaust for the reason why they are trash and garbage and the culture is garbage and their life is garbage because of what happened in their history.
So this is why I gave you guys the videos before where it dealt with quote unquote persons of color or whatnot, whatever. Like I said, I don't know who she is. I don't know where she's from. But I've noticed on social media of recent times that ever since, Candace Owens has been, in a sense, ostracized when it deals with the conservatives and the Republicans, there's been this nice fiendish race to be the next Candace Owens. There's been a race for those seats, and there are tons of women that look like this and younger who are vying for that seat. They are trying to say any and everything in order to get white people's attention so that they can get that pat on the head and the okay to automatically have a platform and 500,000 to like 1 million views and just be some type of conservative talking head. And they're only going to talk about the black community. Again, this is how it starts. This is the doorway that they have to walk through every single time. These people cannot start off trying to be conservative and talking about white people. They can never do it because they know it's going to be against the brand, is going to harm the brand, and that their main demographic, white, is not going to support them. On top of the main demographic being white, the other demographics of people who think white like or who want to be white type, they're also not going to follow suit. So, like I said before, when I sit up there and state that you got these types of black folks out there, because again, I don't know who she is, but there are a lot of black women, black American women, that will consider her to be a black woman. They'll look at her and be like, yeah, that's a black woman. There's a lot of them directly out there. You don't have a lot of black women that are like, hey, black American women are black American women, and other women are just, other women. We're not at that point yet. So like I said, because people are, trying to look directly at these women and all this other type of stuff, this is what I mean when I sit up there and say that you got black women holding other black women back, because there should be checks and balances. There should be checks and balances. I'm playing her voice back in my mind, and I'm noticing, a type of voice or a cadence that sort of reminds me of what's the girl name? I think it's like Jocelyn Hernandez. Like I said, I'm replaying her voice, and I kind of hear something that is pretty close or similar to that woman's voice. And I'm like, I think I know where you're from. Because when a lot of these people, when they want to speak, their accent will try to break through. Like, because it's very hard, especially when some of them have a very heavy accent. It's very hard for them to basically automatically break that. It's going to sit up there and show through, especially when they get mad. It's going to come out automatically every single time it comes out. Like I say, you can't hide yourself when you're mad. That accent is coming directly through, no matter what you sit up there and do. Right? Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy work directly out here. So the other video I wanted to sit up there and showcase, which to me I found to be problematic and crazy within itself. Let me see. Let me just make sure it ain't no music attached to it. Let me see real quick. All right, so we got this one here.
They got the niggas standing outside in the suit. This is y'all equality. This is what your ancestors fought for. The niggas standing outside in the suit. That's what the ancestors marched for, because they damn sure didn't fight. That's what the black man equality looked like. Standing outside in a suit.
Right. So this woman that you see wanted to shame an older black male. And again, like I said, this is an older black dude. This ain't somebody who's young in his 20s, that's a teenager, 20s and 30s. This is somebody that's probably like in like maybe let's say like 60s, 70s. Like this is an elder. And you decided to see him and walk by and say that he's just some ninja in a suit. So this is black man's equality? Really? Really? And I want to note to folks, this black dude, he ain't saying nothing to her. He more than likely don't even know her. There, even when she passed by, he still didn't sit up there and say nothing. He basically ignored it. He would have every right to sit up there and say something back, but he opted not to, because he's like, man, I ain't about to sit up there and let this broad, get me out of my spot. And I'm not sitting up there making money. I'm not even about to entertain this foolishness. And like I said, that's what he did. Like I said, this is what I be talking about. This type of foolishness right here. Unprovoked, talking, looking this dude directly in the face and filming him for no reason. Like I said, when I tell y'all that a lot of women are going to sit up there and mess up stuff for a lot of other women, this is what I'm talking about. What did that elder black man sit up there and do to you? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, what specifically did that dude even do to you? Snatch said she would have tried to get him fired. Of course. That was probably her main goal. Like I said, she's sitting up there looking wild and like in a whole other picture. Like I said, no telling where she's from, but she decided that she wanted to try to antagonize and provoke a black man who's simply doing his job. He's at the door. That's it. He ain't even saying nothing to you. He ain't even paying you no attention. He ain't try to ask your name. He didn't try to ask your number. He didn't try to compliment you. He didn't try to have no matter of fact, you're invisible to him. But for whatever reason, you decided to see him that day. Like I said, dog, like shit is crazy. Mo says she put a chud on old school. Yeah, she did. Like she really tried to get something to happen. Like I said, you will have women out there that will try to get people fired directly from their jobs because they feel in a certain type of way. I done seen it. I done seen women do it to men, and I done set up there and seen women do it to other women. Like I said, they'll be acting real vicious and real nasty. They'll be doing like all this type of verbal type of talk and aggressive body language. And then it'll go to the extent if all else fails, they'll start throwing whatever food that they had in the bag, throwing it over the counter or at that woman on purpose, and then stand back and talk about like, yeah, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Like what? Like I said, I got videos of that as well too. I got videos of women sitting up there throwing because they didn't get some barbecue sauce or something was missing on the burger. Wanted to rah talk about calling the police, and they want to start throwing the order, which was a fine order. They wanted to throw that order in the drinks all over the floor and behind the counter, trying to provoke the girl into a fight that's simply doing her job. Like, man, this is what I be talking about, man. Like, yo, a lot of women just gonna mess it up. A lot of women gonna mess it up for a lot of other women out here, like I said, and a lot of women don't want to be honest about that. And when I showcase this, and like I said women. I didn't specifically sit up there and say race. I said women. Because like I said, I see tons of videos online. And you got women out here just sitting up there moving and talking sideways about a lot of stuff. But it be like that. It 100% be like that. Be like that. It be like that. It be like that. Let me see. Let me see. Woman goes off on a Kroger cashier. Nah, that one was actually fine. But yeah, I got another one dealing with Asian videos. Dealing with Asians and white folks and their sentiments and everything of the sort. Let me see. Don't wanna list that Asian dude right now. Let's see what else. Oh, it was a white woman talking about the whole thing with like Anthony. Right. I got a lot of videos that I actually got to give y'all and put together because I'm looking directly back at some of the stuff, and then you also got the new wave of white girls trying to do like a Chud the Builder, and they're trying to go out amongst black folks, but they're not as bold because there's this one white girl. She's trying to be as what some women will want to sit up there and be. Oh, let me see.
Jumping out, just niggerdom everywhere.
Right. So you got this white girl here, right? Now pay attention. She wanted to pull a Chud the Builder and be around black folks, right? You see black women there. You see the white boy with the camera and the mic, and she said that there's black people everywhere and they're chimping out. What are you talking about? I see black folks minding their business. They're walking directly to wherever it is that they're supposed to be walking to, and this average basic white girl is just sitting there talking quiet. Like I said, if you're really about that racist like type of stuff, you would be vocal. But she's not going to do that because she's just the black girl in the red with the pigtails and the white shirt. She would fold that white girl up. She would fold her with no problem. Like I said, it's crazy how they want to sit up there and put themselves like it's to the point where you even got somebody such as like the right conservative, like what was it, Nick Fuentes. He's sitting up there saying like these white girls are like an embarrassment, that they're basically pick-me's. They're saying all of this for shock and all this other type of stuff because they're trying to get attention. And he was like, when you got those type of white girls out there, you need to just sit up there and throw them directly to the wolves. Let whatever happens. Like I said, their own men are embarrassed by women like this because they're out here doing some stuff that don't even make sense. Like you're going out there trying to specifically endanger yourself because you want some clicks, you want some content. Like I said, why would you be in a space where black people are even at? Why? If you don't like black people that much, like realistically, what this reads to me, because I'm looking at her face, I'm like, she's jealous. But also at the same time, I promise you, there is a black guy out there that she's probably sat up there and looked at. Let him have like a beater on and let the dude be in shape and let him be tall. I promise you, she'd have sat up there and eyed that dude quite a few times. I promise you. But like I said, she ain't real about that racism. This is why I can't sit up there and take a lot of these white folks even serious. They're not real. They're not even real. It's all to get money. Because like I said, that's the easiest way to get money from other white people and other folks directly out here. All you got to do is play like a racist. And they'll just start throwing money directly at you. That's it. That's all they got to do. It is that simple. Yo, what is up, Snatch? Yo, this man, shout out for the $2. That man said, the snow. Wait, what is it? The snow roaching out. That's crazy. That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Like, man, that is well. Oh, you got the Black Adam picture up there. That's dope. That's dope. That is dope. That's dope. Shout out for the $2. Don't know, much love, respect, and appreciation. What is it? D Money says she definitely watches Black. Yeah, she does. Like I said, she's basic. Like I said, you already know that she's not really getting no type of attention or anything of that sort. So this is the only way that she can, just so happen to actually get attention, is that she has to do stuff like this again to bring attention to herself. It doesn't make no type of sense. It doesn't make no type of sense. Makes no type of sense. He says Shazam. Bars. I was gonna say his name. I want to say it should be like Adam Cat. I forgot. Like I said, I at a point in time I knew the names automatically by heart, and and everything of the sort, and whatnot or whatever. What is it? Tippy said, you're nuts when Nick Fuentes is tired of white people BS. Yeah. Like he said the same thing about Chud the Builder. He was like, he's doing too much. He was like, I don't support that. He was like, it's making the rest of us sit up there and look bad. It's like, nah, just keep that directly, like over there or whatnot or whatever. Yeah, because like I said, and note, Nick Fuentes is the type that has gone directly out there and he's dropped the N-word several, probably hundreds of thousands of times directly on his platform on purpose. But now it's a house divided, right? Where you got the folks, they believe in a sense, sort of kind of the same things, but they're trying to do it differently. So they're trying to go about it in a professional route, a more political route, versus trying to do out loud, brash, and whatnot or whatever, trying to draw attention directly to yourself, because they know that drawing attention to yourself is going to bring more eyes onto what it is, of who it is that you are and what it is that you're doing. And they're not trying to have that happen. They want everything covert. So like I said, you got a lot of these conservatives that are trying to separate themselves from a lot of the Chud the Builders and a lot of these types of Becky's directly out there, trying to go out there and get attention. Like she's trying to showcase to the white boys out here that she's brave and that she's really edgy and whatnot or whatever, because she's amongst black people. And she said that. She whispered it. She didn't actually say it. She whispered it, because if she said it louder, her face would be completely different. She would have got folded. Even by the thinnest black girl that is there right now, she would have got folded. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing, dog. You can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, black people will mind their own business. It's people like this that will go into areas and spaces of which black people are at, and they'll decide to provoke, antagonize, and cause a problem. It makes no sense. But yet again, you see how these black women here, they're not even focused on this white girl. They don't even really know that she's there. It's a whatever. She's the one that's focused on them. But have everybody else rewrite the story and tell it. All of these black people are solely focused on her and this, that, and the third. And they're making it unsafe for her. And she got to tread lightly because how the blacks. Come on, dog. Like I say, you let people retell it. It's a whole different thing. She's a victim. Even her being there filming, she's some type of a victim. She's the Joan of Arc of the situation. Like, it is crazy. It is crazy. Sonny said, society doesn't want to know black males as reasonable. Tippy said, I'm tired. My bad, y'all. Excuse the grammar. Wait, what did you say? No, you good. Your grammar was fine. Tippy said, even Sneeko was tired of the BS. Yeah, I saw that clip of Sneeko where one of the dudes that's a part of a stream was trying to do like a whole thing talking about like free Chud. I'm like, you're stupid. But the dumbest part was that you had an Asian woman there. She has some weight directly on her, and the white boys in the chat basically were saying things about her body and how it is that she looks. I'm like, ooh. And you know what the Asian girl did? She stood directly right. She heard it. She looked directly at him. She knew what was being said, but she still stayed there looking stupid. And I'm like, this is what I be talking about. I'm like, whenever any of these men of other ethnicities say something about women out here, nobody has nothing to say. But let it be a black man that says something. Now people got a whole bunch of stuff to say. Now people want to start pulling. Oh, let me show you what I can say. I'm about to be real edgy. Let me be racist real quick. Like they want to do all of that. But when it's these other boys that look white or whatnot or whatever, nothing to say. Like I said, Asians are docile creatures. That's all they are. Every single time when it deals with any other group of people, they're not going to speak. They're not going to say nothing, no matter how disrespected. Matter of fact, I'm going to put together that video today so I can showcase that, because I got somebody that was a part of a city council meeting, and this white dude basically tripped an Asian public official on purpose. And the Asian was like, yo, did you just trip me? And the white dude was like, no, you tripped yourself. I'm like, wow. And the same white dude, when the Asian held out his hand to try, hold on, let me see if I can get that video real quick. Let me get that video real quick. Cause this type of stuff right here is crazy. Like brother, this type of stuff is crazy, man. I tell you, like the stuff that I see on a daily basis, it is insane. Let me see if I could get that one directly for you guys really quickly. I do got the video with Sneeko up there. I do got that one. Yeah, it was this one. District Attorney Jeff Rosen refuses to shake hands with Daniel Chun. Refuses to shake Daniel Chun's hand post debate. Right. So let's look at this real quick. So let me rewind this real quick. Right. So, right, this is the aftermath, right? So you see the Asian dude trying to grab the seat because he got tripped, right? So let's see how it started. So look at that. The Asian man got his hand out. His hand is out for at least like a good, what seems like 5 seconds, good 5, maybe more seconds, right? This dude can see out his peripherals. This is not a blind man. He got 20/20 eyesight. He decides to look everywhere else. He ignored the hand. The Asian man realized it, wasn't going to make a fuss, and he was like, let me go to the other dude up over here. The other dude instantly automatically sees him magically, right? This dude has he got eagle vision. He was like, I got you. Let me sit up there and shake your hand real quick. Right? So he does that. So then when the hand gets shook, the Asian dude is still leaning forward, slightly off, right? Because he's leaning forward. So then the white dude moves forward. Right? He goes to reach down to grab something, right? The Asian dude moves the white dude's seat over so that he doesn't bump him and so that he can get back to his seat. Wow. Let's rewind that real quick. Let's rewind that. Let's pull that back. Let's pull it back, right? You see how they are fully separated, right? You see how the white dude is leaned down. He has his balance. He is not off balance. Why would his leg need to stretch out from underneath his body in order to gain full grip, a full foothold of where he is? Pay attention. Bow.
Answering questions. I would like to invite you all.
So the dude to the side, he was like, did you just trip him? He was like, no, I tripped. No, you tripped him. And notice how the Asian dude, that's an Asian male. Why isn't he speaking up for himself? Asian community. Why is that male not speaking for himself? Why is he not saying nothing? You were just disrespected by another man publicly. He deliberately disrespected you and tried to trip you, tried to make you injure yourself. Why are you not standing up for yourself? That's right, because that's a white man. If that was a black man, stop the Asian hate. This is what we're talking about with the black community, always perpetrating crimes and incidences against the Asian community and rah and all this stuff. This is what I'll be talking about. This is what I'll be talking about right here. Like I said, this is case number one. Matter of fact, this will just be the prime example right here. You allowed that white man to sit up there and trip you publicly, embarrass you publicly as a man. And you can't even sit up there and speak up and stand up for yourself. You can't even look him directly in the eye. You're still looking directly at the table. You don't even want to give him energy with your eyes. Like I said, so when I sit up there and tell y'all that the white man is Asian people's gods, that's exactly what I mean. And I'm not mincing my words. I'm not confused in what it is that I am saying. We all clearly sat up there. Matter of fact, let me just play this one more time, just in case people are confused.
That's the end of our district attorney forum. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for the candidates for being here and answering questions. I would like to invite you all to continue the dialogue.
Right.
I would like to.
I just want to say, I don't, whoever this Asian politician is, I can't. And that's a district attorney that tripped that dude. And then you got a DA candidate. I can't take you serious as a DA if you can't even defend yourself. You're not willing to stand up and defend yourself. Why would I think that you can do that for other people or do the correct things that need to be done? Like, that don't even make any type of sense. Like, how dare you sit up there and try to even take that seat or be a part of that political arena, and you allow something like that to happen directly to you where everybody can see it? That's crazy to me, dog. You need to don't even run for that. Go do something else. Go work for like the parks organization. Go work for like City Hall or something, dealing with like the community. Like, go do something else. Go, like I said, you need to be doing something else that's a lot safer for you, because this ain't it. This ain't even it. Snaps, what is up? Thanks for the $5 donor. You said, you ever notice how their fear for us is always proportionate to their proximity to us? It seems to me the further we are, the scarier we are. Yeah, such as when the Japanese were talking about all blacks are basically Viltrumites. Yeah, crazy work, 100%. Like I said, that was just wild by itself. I'm like, I guess I'm going to take that as a positive. You're calling us Black Superman, all right? I'm like, all right, but I'm like, that's not looking good for you. I'm like, you're basically putting us up, but you're trying to make it seem like a negative because we're big and scary and strong. You're also putting yourselves down because you're trying to make it seem like as Asian men, you are weak and you can't do this, and you can't do that. That's crazy to me, dog. Like, dog, like I said, I can't instill self-esteem into people. Like, they got to do it themselves. I can't do it. Like, I cannot give people, like self-esteem. And like I said, I think earlier in the live stream, it's crazy to me how Asians wanted to make Black Americans the face of Stop the Asian Hate, but at the same time, y'all still keep y'all businesses within the Black community. Y'all say that we are the ones that are causing all of the crime and the hate towards Asians, but yet you still keep businesses in the Black community. Make it make sense. So the money is worth the risk of the lives of your children, of you and your family. So you're willing to have your store in the Black community, the same community you say that prioritizes going directly after you in hateful ways. Okay. Like I said, critical thinking is not where it needs to be in the society at this moment in time, and this is why we have these conversations. This is why we have these conversations. But anyways, this woman Tippy, of course you would say that. No, Tippy was like, it'll be cool to be a Viltrumite, of course, because you're thinking about Omni-Man, Tippy. I already know who you're thinking about. I can hear the wheels. I can hear the wheels turning with Tippy. Oh Lord, where is Sham at? She gotta take her phone. D Money said, it wasn't us that went on a such and such spree at massage parlors. And the craziest part is when it deals with the whole thing with the massage parlors. Let me see, do I got those images? Because I could have sworn I put those bad boys together somewhere. Let me see. I know I put those together. I hope I did. Let me see. Asian massage parlors. I might not. I thought I did. But yeah, I'll probably put it up at a whole different extent. I'll just make a video. That'll just be a still, and I'll just be talking about that. Like I said, when it deals with people traveling to these Asian countries, Black men cannot even hold a candle to white men. White men are the main primary sources and the generation of a lot of that money when the deals are traveling to Asian countries, even to African countries, and in South American countries, and the stuff that basically goes down, and the things that happen there. But like I said, those folks don't want to talk about that though. They don't want to talk about the perpetrators of all of that traffic and the things that go on there. But people are like, yeah, look at these black men and what it is they set up there doing. I'm like, really? I'm like, word? Like that's the main go-to every single time. I'm like, all right, you got it. Sonny said racism is hindering conditions. Moni, what is up? What is up? You said what's wild is that blacks loved Bruce Lee more than anyone, even his own people. Yep, that is facts. That is facts. D Money said, wait, what was it? Okay, yeah, I got those comments. All right, yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's just drastically crazy out here. The disrespect that black people tend to sit up there and get, even though we have gone throughout and supported the Asian community in a variety of ways, it'd be like that. People are going to have to sit up there and learn the hard way about what happens when you happen to mistreat black people or you take them directly for granted. So, it'd be like that. Tippy said, yeah, I never get why some black women find age attractive. I only like the built ones. Some like those feminine looking Asian dudes. LOL. D Money said, fun fact, every group commits more crime against their own against their own racial group except for Asians. Whites commit more crimes against Asians than any other group. Mm-mm. Yeah, and the funny part, D Money, is I brought that stat up in a whole nother video. Let me see if I actually still got that, because it was dealing with the whole thing of stop the Asian hate, and I could swear to you, that was Pasadena, California. That was something else. Yeah, I got you, D Money, right here. This was one of the things that I brought up before, right? Research and data indicates that the majority of perpetrators of anti-Asian violence and hate incidences are white. Like I said, that's all. I don't even need to read the rest of it. And then you got the people within the Asian community that have reported this. So, as people have stated before, the reason why Stop the Asian Hate stopped is because people found out who the real perpetrators were. And as soon as that happened, Asians were like, oh, no, we can't talk about this. We're sorry, white people. We didn't mean to anger you. We didn't mean to put this information out. We're not even trying to put you in a bad light. We know it's not all of you guys. It's just a small minority amongst you guys. So we're going to just calm down and we're going to go back to business as usual. What are the blacks doing? Let's focus on them, guys. And that's what they did. That's what they did. Like I said, at this moment in time, from information that is out there, there was a cross burning that took place, and there in the police, a suspect, a person of interest, looks to be an Asian man that was in a sense seen jogging or running from the scene of the cross burning. I'm like, this ain't looking good. I'm like, I don't know who has set this up or who is trying to make this to really be a thing. But I'm like, dog, is it really that easy to sit up there and pay off like Asian people out here to do stuff? Because I'm like, this is not going to bode well for anybody. TB said, yeah, we can't be racist like Bruce Lee, Jet Li, Jackie Chan, Tony Jaa, LOL, who else? Oh, Kelly Hu. And yeah, like I said, black folks have always admired and loved like Asian like content and everything of the sort. But you have everybody else tell it we're the ones that hate Asians. And it's everybody else that basically uplifts them and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, all right, dog, y'all got it. Y'all got it. But whatever. But yep, that is it, guys. I just wanted to go over and do a different live stream, which is responding to comments in hopes that those exact same folks who like to sit up there and pull up to the scene would actually pull up to the scene here, but they didn't. I mean, we had some randoms, right? We did have some randoms that pulled up to the scene, but yeah, it'd be like that. So I'll let this live stream probably go for a bit, and then around 12 tonight you'll have the normal videos that we'll go directly back into. And maybe if I even figure that I have the ability or the wherewithal to do so, I may just so happen to record a quicker version of me reading those comments. That's probably going to take a bit, and I'll just have to make sure not to have a response directly to them. And I probably won't even have commentary to it. The most that you'll hear me say is something at the beginning of the video, and then the rest of the video is just me reading the comments, and then y'all can just let me know what y'all think about it in the comment section. I'll probably just do it like that. Whenever that time comes, I really just feel like cutting parts of the live stream and just doing it that way, but I feel like there's just too much editing at this point. So yeah, like I said, we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Let me see. See, I'm sitting up here looking at some of the comments from one of the previous videos that I just put up. Talking about the Nigerian woman, trying to see if we got any clowns in the comment section. I did have somebody sit up there and tell me that why did I bring up South Africans in another video? I brought that up due to the fact that South Africans are practicing xenophobic behavior, true xenophobic behavior, against people on the continent, saying that if you are not South African, you should not be here. And then at the same time, you got those advocates in South Africa when they push the Ghanaians out. They're like, you know what? Maybe we were a bit too harsh, but also the Ghanaian government reacted too harshly to what was going on. And they're basically trying to say that they want, instead of apologizing, they're like, we didn't really want y'all to leave. It was the other Africans that we wanted to go that we didn't want here in South Africa. Like I said, it's crazy. Yeah, it's 100% crazy. Like I said, none of those Africans who are in the United States that want to talk about Black Americans, none of them have the mouth to speak on what is going on over there back home. Like I said, crazy work. Crazy work. Like I said, them Nigerians with those dry wigs, man, that's crazy. What's that comment people be sitting up there saying, like hard wig, soft life or something like that? Something crazy. Lobster and pasta, whatever people were sitting up there like saying at a point in time, some crazy stuff. Like I said, I'm just looking through these comments and it's just looking crazy. Somebody said, bro, why do you keep doing these videos? We don't care. These types of videos must be getting you a lot of clicks and views. And for those people out there that get tired of me doing videos, just move around. Block me or just move around. I'm not about to sit up there and swap up content or do the stuff that you want me to sit up there and do. We ain't doing that. Like I said, if you got a problem with it, start, making your own platform. If you don't care about the video, then why leave a comment? Why let me know that you got a problem as if you're paying for something? This is free. It's crazy how people complain about stuff that's free. Like that's wild. Nobody's coercing you or forcing you to come directly through to the channel and watch any of the content that I got up here. You were the one that decided to click. You were the one that decided to watch. You the one that decided to stay there for whatever, amount of minutes or whatnot, or whatever. Like, it's crazy. Yo, what is up, Hack? Hack said, peace all. Tippy said, I like anime food. It looks delicious. What was it? Tippy said, oh, we like, what is it? Amari, the singer, and she's half Asian. I'm not even sure who that is. He said we like Mulan, Big Hero 6. Yo, what's up, Sham? What is going on? Sham was like, I was trying to figure out what channel y'all was on. We was on both. Sham was like, you didn't see my comment. I said Asians worship a money idol, literally. I think, what is that, the Nico Cat? I think their culture is centered around money. So because white people did all the evil to be wealthy, they worship them. That's a good point. Tippy said, I really like Sleeping Dogs. Yo, Hero, what is up? He said FBA B1. The money said, ride the algorithm. Tippy said, hard head makes a soft behind. No. It was like some type of quote when it dealt with like the divestors or whatnot, or whatever. It was like hard wig, soft life or something like that. Because basically, whenever you would see a lot of these divestors that would want to horribly talk about Black men, they always got the most craziest looking wigs. Like, it looks incredibly dry. It looks like something that was passed down over the centuries. And then they just used it. But then they're the same ones that sit up there and say that the only time that they can use or wear their natural hair or when they're appreciated in their naturals when they're around white men. And I'm like, okay, brother. I'm like, all right, man, you got it. I'm like, oh, okay, you so right. You so right. No black man ever wanted to see black men with natural hair. You got it, brother. And they swear that black women who love black men are pick me's. No, those the swirlers, those divestors that hate black men, those are the pick me's. Those are the real pick me's directly out there because they're doing any and everything. Like I said, they write books on how to get white men. You don't got black women out here writing books on how to get a black man. They just get them. There's no studies and courses on that. But like I said, it's crazy out here. It's crazy. Shan was like, yeah, their culture is messed up. Their hatred of black people stem from their own self-hatred of their dark-skinned people. They view them as poor, and poor is evil to them. TB said that doesn't sound right. LOL. Trust me, Tim, when you go and look at a lot of those, like Tim, I put it like this: when you look at some of the divestors that I've covered on this channel, where they're with their white male counterpart, and they're talking about black men, look at their hair. It looks fried. It looks like it ain't been taken care of in a very long time, and it's a wig. It is a wig, and they swear they be looking the best out of the best directly up out here, and they swear that people are just jealous of them. I'm like, okay. I'm like, whatever you feed yourself at night, to go to sleep. Whatever you say. Demon was like, natural hair. Yuck, LOL. Yeah, like I said, black men have always advocated for black women to wear their natural hair. Like I said, case in point, look back at the 2000s. That is the one main point. I say like the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s. Those were the main points of which you saw black women at their most when it dealt with hair and hairstyles and the different types of hairstyles. Like I said, I still remember looking at the fashion books where it dealt with black salons and black men who did haircuts. Like you seen black women with all types of haircuts. It don't matter if it was like a type of like faded look. I'm not even. It's not exactly bald, but it's like it's enough hair, but it's a small amount where they can do designs and whatnot. But like I said, it don't matter how much hair black women had, they had styles for everything. And then not even just black women, but also black girls as well, too. So it's like, we've always loved to sit up and see black women in natural hair. We love to see our daughters in their natural hair because it's dope. It's a form of expression. There's no expression when you got folks just sitting up there wearing wigs like Naomi Campbell and her hairline is receded more than a sunroof. Like, nah, brother, like, yo. And then people want to sit up there and say, no, it's not a form of self-hatred. Okay, explain to me why Naomi Campbell don't have a hairline. When originally she did have natural hair. But now because she's been wearing those wigs for so long, it's like it's done. Like, but can't tell nobody nothing. Sham said you see tier white skin actors, and that comes from getting nose jobs and bleaching their skin. They're just as dark as us, and they got bell pepper noses. Yep, I seen them as well too. Tippy says you look up Michelle. Yeah, please. I might have seen her before. I know who you're talking about. Shem said, look at plastic surgery industry. It makes an astronomical amount of money to get rid of their black features. Yep. And on top of the fact that they like to bleach their skin as well, too. They like to bleach their skin as well, too. Tippy said, a hard head makes a soft behind. Doesn't sound right. Lord, Tippy. See, this is when your phone just gets taken. This is when your phone just gets taken. Let me just tell you. This is when your phone just gets taken. Shan was like, they have the nerve to be racist against us. Get rid of K-pop then. Steal all of our beats, our lyrics, our songs, and then hate us makes no sense. If you hate us, don't use anything we invent. Bars. Yo, Senshi, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? He said no hairline on Naomi because she's an African. I mean, yeah, that's true. That is true. He said only FBA has the perfect hair lines. Well, in most cases, people will sit up there and state that, hey, said you're not FBA. I mean, I guess. It'd be like that. Like I said, Prince of all hairlines. Shout out to Vegeta, Prince of all Saiyans. It's, it'd be like that, But yeah, like I said, everybody can't automatically have perfect hairlines. Some people, start losing it. It'd be like that, It'd be like that. He said, "What's up, my guy? Nothing much, man. Sitting up here, just still technically doing this live stream at the moment. Also, I want to know to a lot of folks, gotta get my controller real quick. For any of my people that are on Xbox, you got Star Seeker Astronomer Expedition free to play on Game Pass. It is actually pretty fun. Along with Beat Down City Survivors, that is another game that is actually pretty fun as well too. So if you got Game Pass or anything of that sort, and you want some free games to play, some new games to play, I say check those out. D Money said Xbox, boo. That's crazy. That's diabolical, man. It's not. That's diabolical. Shem was like, to be going to be the definition of a hard head makes yourself behind if you don't stay up the white man said it. You watch too much stuff. That's crazy. So she said, LOL. Tibby said, wait, you said on Pop My Balloon. Wait, what? Don't you mean Pop the Balloon, Tippy? What's up with these? What is up with these typos today? On Pop the Balloon, black man popped on a natural woman with her natural hair pulled back in a bun. They said they didn't like her hair and she should have put more effort directly in it. LOL. I mean, like I said, they be popping for like dumb reasons, up on that show. So, like I said, I'm not too shocked. Like I said, you had an educated dude directly up there that worked with Sesame Street and that was writing books, and you had women up there that popped on him. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, he published books and he works with kids. I'm like, that's a bad thing. I'm like, that's showing that he cares about kids, potentially family oriented. He got goals, and I'm like, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Since she said Trash Station has no games, diabolical. Shem was like, I don't even watch that stuff. Everyone gets popped on there. Yeah, they do. They do. 100%, 100%. But yeah, so we got some free games, directly up there. I just wanted to list some of that stuff because usually it gets around that time that I gotta start, letting people know. I forgot. Don't we got some other stuff? What is it? 33 Immortals. I think y'all got that. I think D Money, y'all got that on PlayStation as well too. It started off on Xbox and they brought it directly to PlayStation. That's another game that got like its 1.0 update. I actually got to get back into that. I just hate the fact that I'm going to have to restart my character again and re-level my character again, along with my items and my weapons and and stuff like that. But that's the fun part of it. So gotta sit up there and redo that. And then we do got some other games coming directly to Game Pass, but what is it? We do got like Undisputed. I've really played boxing in a minute, so we also got Where the Winds Meet. We got Wulong Fallen Dynasty back up there again. Outer Worlds, Subnautica 2. I guess I could Elite Dangerous up there, Wildgate. Terratech Legion. You got some different Final Fantasies directly up there. Vampire Crawlers, Call of Duty, of course, the older Call of Duty. Albion Online, Hades 2, along with a few sports games as well. Fortnite is technically up there as well too. Then coming to Game Pass, you got Abyss, Halo Evolved, The Beast. Well, technically it's a lot. A few of these I'm very much hyped for, and I'm waiting so that they can come directly to Game Pass and things of that nature. Tippy said it's hard not to indulge in content that you like. I finally found a black man muscular with a ghost man. Lord have mercy. Sam was like, what? She was like, did you find a black man with a ghost mask to date, or is it just a fangirl over? Oh man, since you said Persona 5 came back, yep. Because I remember a few months ago they had took it down. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yep. We will figure it out. Yeah, I need Tippy to get that together. Sham is basically the checks and balances because Tippy be all over the place. Lord have mercy. This is why I can't have her on a live stream. She'll just be talking. Oh my god. We're gonna have to put her back out the comment section. Tippy gonna start talking about random stuff for no reason. I can hear her typing right now. Lord have mercy. She's gonna start typing about all the stuff that she done set up there and found online. What else do we got directly up here? I think that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, then we also got what is it, Power Word about to have their update as well too. So yeah. I know I'm probably after this live stream, I'm gonna get directly on some Star Seeker to relax directly on that and just, have some fun and decompress from a lot of this stuff. D Money said, watch Tibby end up with a white man is crazy. Tibby said, unfortunately, not yet. I don't think they exist in real life. I'm never going to find a black man to chase me in the woods. White girls have so much fun. Oh my goodness. I think we'll end it on that one. Oh my goodness. Think we'll end it directly on that one. This woman, Tippy, let me tell you something. Sham was like, what? Sham was like, love what you love, Tippy. Like, what was it? You said, I swear I'm going through so much ish right now. I was contemplating. Yeah, let me tell you, Sham, like, no matter how stuff basically looks, and like I said, y'all didn't heard me talk about, like a lot of stuff, directly on this channel. No matter how much, stuff looks, like I said, it looks dark as before the dawn. I'm probably not paraphrasing or saying that right, but basically it gets better. Usually at certain times we will get inundated with just so much stuff, and as most people would say, normally it's a test to see if you can persevere, if you can make it through to what is coming directly after. And in a lot of instances, I've looked at a lot of different things, to say the least, and I can sit up there and say I'm better off, making a decision that I made of just persevering, right? Um, like I said, things are tough, and in a lot of instances, we got to be the only ones to walk and go directly through it. But like I said, you got people that understand, in a sense, or that can at least sympathize with having to, deal with and go through, a lot of stuff, you know. Um, so yeah, like I said, it's tough. You're gonna have to sit up there and persevere. It's gonna be a lot of emotions, directly there. Like I said, even dealing with my own family, there's a lot of things I wanted to sit up there and do, and I'm like, I'm glad I didn't make those decisions to sit up there and do it because I probably wouldn't be talking to y'all right now. I probably wouldn't be talking to y'all right now. I probably would have sat up there and caught, a record or something like that because, having my emotions, basically, lead me into, a whole nother realm. I'm like, yeah, it wouldn't have been worth it. So, like I said, at certain times, a lot of stuff emotionally is going to be a lot of pressure. It's going to seem like there's like no way out, that there's like no type of, light directly there, but it is. A lot of us were just in like a bubble inside of a larger bubble that's inside of a larger bubble that's inside of a a larger bubble. So, whatever it is that we're going through is going to seem like Armageddon or the end of the world. It's going to seem like it's the biggest thing. But if you think back to a lot of the things that childhood wise that a lot of us had to face or go directly through, it's like, technically, those situations, built us up in order to deal with what it is that we got to deal with now, as adults. And again, remember, like dealing with stuff as adults is a little bit easier versus dealing with it as like a child because you have lack of knowledge and understanding of how the world works and how things happen, and and everything of the sort. You know, Lord have mercy. Tippy said, "Remember the handcuffs you showed me and God? That's crazy." Jesus Christ. We're not even on those live streams anymore. This woman is bringing up stuff from like past live streams. That is wild. That is wild. That's crazy. Just bringing up random stuff right now. Sham said, Tippy, lots of white men will chase you through the woods, but I don't think you'll make it out alive if that's the case. The money said, trouble doesn't always last. Yep, that's true. Sham said, nods. I thought about it too. Lots of bad stuff piled on me at once, but you are stronger once you get through it. Man, that hard stuff be the worst. Yeah, it do. It do. Like I said, I told you all about, different things going on with my family and how I had to, leave messages to the men of my family who I used to look up to. And, now I look at how it is that they decided to treat, one of their own sister, technically just their sisters in general. And they not doing the right things they supposed to be doing. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I'm doing more than y'all and I'm younger and y'all should basically have more money. I'm trying to basically deal with like two households. I got, my place here, and then I'm trying to, send money, back to, wherever and help out. I'm like, brother, that doesn't make any type of sense. That doesn't make any type of sense. Right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, right. So if, for instance, for anybody just to put this into perspective, let's say if like you decided that you wanted to move to, let's say like Washington, like California, Texas, or whatever, right? And then you got your family that's back home in Detroit, right? The mom is in Detroit, you're at somewhere else in the United States, right? So you got your own place of which that you are holding down and worrying about, right? You got your own bills and everything to sort. But because of what it is that your uncles, the men of your family, decided to do slash not do, you have to now pick up the slack directly on that because they failed. Like I said, that puts people in a whole different type of like headspace, and then the potentialities of what can happen to women directly out here and them not even being there to help or to care and all. Like I said, like, yo, if I would have had the money at the time to fly back home, it would have been a problem. It would have been a problem. It would have been a problem. Would have been a problem. Let me just, I'm just going to sit up and say it would have been a problem. Would have been a problem. But like I said, it's best that we didn't make the decisions that our emotions were leading us directly to, and now we're better directly for it. And now we can use that as examples for other people as to why it is that you don't need to take those routes. Like I told people before, I tried, one route, when I was younger twice. No reason to go for a third time. We do not believe in going for a third time. We are not doing it. I'm like, after that basically didn't work out twice, I'm like, yeah, it's just not meant to happen. It's not meant to happen. You just gotta let it be, right? TV said y'all don't get it. I want a masculine man to carry me if my feet hurt walking in my heels. Most said we should start a panel on camera. Lord have mercy. That's gonna be chaotic. It's gonna be chaotic. D Money said, Lord, please send Tippy a magical Negro that has abs and likes freaky white people stuff and will take care of her and won't cheat and doesn't like white women and will buy her a PlayStation. Tippy said, I had to scroll up and read what you wrote. Tippy said, it's Mental Health Awareness Month and y'all are doing okay. Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Like what I would normally say in a lot of my videos, I'm hoping that all of y'all are doing all right, managing, doing well the exact same way that you get to and from home safe. And, I want you to arrive back safe. That's why I say it a lot of times for videos and live streams, make sure to, decompress and get yourselves in order. Focus on yourself, get your feng shui in order, catch up on some decompress and watch some shows or whatnot or whatever, or play some games or whatnot, so that you can file things away where they need to be filed. Because stress is a killer directly out here. It affects people in a variety of different ways. Um, and people got to make sure they're good. Tippy said, "I'm not. That's why I cover him being goofy." Tippy, you always goofy. Let me. Even when you were on the live stream, even though you were nervous, technically it was like the first couple of times you were technically nervous, and then by the third time, you were just normal. The confidence was just like it was automatically there. Because I think at certain points we might even have some comments, or we were going over some stuff, and you were ready to sit up there and like argue. People like Tippy. I'm like, hold on, Tippy. You gotta relax. You gotta calm down. But yeah, man, like I said, it's crazy out here. It's crazy out here. So like I said, um, y'all gotta, make sure to, do the necessary things to decompress, to file things away. Tippy says she want to know if Sham is doing okay. Sham said, "I'll be okay. It's a lot, and yes, I'm stressed. My hair started falling out, so I'm stressed. I have a therapist, but she's white, not black, so she doesn't understand half of my problems." Yeah, I get that. I get that. Like I said, you gotta try to manage and deal with what it is that you got when it deals with therapy, because and depending on the areas, you don't got a lot of black therapists, and it's hard to basically try to drive 40 or 50 miles to go see a black therapist. On top of that, the wear and tear in your car, trying to make the time, and then also having the money and all of that stuff. So, like I said, I get it. And this is where we got to sit up there and manage. Oh Lord, Tippy's like, says you have a bad habit of not reading comments completely, because sometimes because you and Mo and a few other people, I got to paraphrase certain stuff. Y'all start talking crazy in the comment section. So I gotta paraphrase. I gotta paraphrase certain stuff. That's what I'm used to doing. To still get the comment directly out there. Now I could just skip it. I could skip it instead of paraphrasing, Tippy. And then you'd be like, go back up and read my comment. Read what I wrote. I did, Tippy. I did. But yeah, man, like I said before, that's why I say, I love y'all a lot. Um, I respect y'all. I appreciate, the work and everything that y'all do, even seeing fit to come through no matter what y'all got going on, to come through. To like the live streams and everything at an extent, and moderate, or even being a part of the conversation and everything in that sense, because no telling what type of energy y'all got right now. Y'all energy might be low, but it's like, all right, let me just do this real quick, and that's why I said I very much appreciate um you guys and the stuff that y'all do every single day. And that's why I also try to make sure to highlight the things that you guys got going, or I try to in a sense verbally push y'all forward, and doing the stuff that y'all want to do, because like I said, I want y'all just as much as I'm up here doing stuff like this. I would love to see a lot of y'all succeed, especially the people that support and that's been a part of this channel for the longest time possible. I would love to see you know y'all just do what it is that y'all love to sit up there and do, and just have fun doing it. Like I said, we got D Money. That man be sitting up there streaming quite frequently during the week. I'd be pretty much out of there due to the fact of my time schedule's all over the place, and I'd be knocked out. Yeah, I'll be knocked out, and I've done my best to try to not just be asleep directly at this computer I'm talking to y'all from. I'm just like, yo, let me just go, recline in this chair real quick, get some sleep, and get back at it, and and do some videos and whatnot. Because even technically thinking about it now, Lord have mercy, phone is going off. Oh, give me a second. right? My bad, I had to take that call real quick. What was it? I forgot where I was because I had to answer that call. But yeah. I think it was like something about dreams and wanting y'all to, be happy and do the things that y'all want to do directly about here. I think that's the part I left on. I forgot. Lord. Um, Let me go to these last few comments. Sham was like, "Yeah, I got to make do with her. I respect her, and at least she tries to understand. But your own people understand you more. That's true." And you said, "I'm still writing my books. LOL. I'm hell bent on that." Like I said, you're gonna get those directly through. We got some folks here that have put some directly out there. We got Pink, who was another one of our moderators, and she put some books directly up out there. So like I said, like it is highly possible and it is doable. For any and all creations that you want to sit up there and do to happen. Like I said before, D Money is out here. That man is sitting up there pulling in views. The man got sponsorships and everything. Like I said, I'm trying to get like that. Like I'm saying, I'm trying to be honest. I'm trying to get like that. I would love to sit up there and have. I mean, my content is a little bit different, so getting the sponsorship. That's probably not directly in the foreseeable future. But like I said, that'd be dope. That'd be very dope. So like I said, shout out to that man. Shout out to the man. The man be doing 313 sitting up there. I said 313. My bad. Shout out to Detroit though. He be doing the 3v3, which is the free basketball game that people can download on a variety of consoles. I think it might also be on like the Switch too. Do be releasing like patch notes, going over information and trying to help people out, and educate people directly on the game and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, dope stuff. 100%. Like I said, I'm trying to get like that. Like I said, that is free and that is stress free. That's stress free. D Money said, you got a DJ. I have a DJ a tournament tomorrow for them. Oh, that's dope. That is dope. I'll make sure to have a what's the name open because my browser crashed before, so the tabs that I had, I ended up losing a lot of those, which is pretty crazy, and I hate that. But yeah, I will make sure to have that directly open so I can sit up there and see it because the notifications do not properly show up. For those who are not normally in the back of YouTube, which is the creator part of YouTube, notifications don't properly show up when people are like posting videos and whatnot. And 99.9% of the time, that's exactly where my YouTube page stays. It stays in the back of managing, like the channel and everything. So YouTube might need to, have two notifications spots directly for that. One specifically for the creators in the back, and another notification bell to let people know, like, hey, such and such, that you follow, they released a video, or they going live, or they made like a community post and stuff like that. Hopefully, over time they'll do something like that for the content creators that stay specifically in the back, but I'm not sure if they'll do it. Tibby said, I don't use therapy. I just hold it in and be goofy. Yeah, you got to release a lot of that stuff. Tibby, that's you're gonna have to like woosah a lot of that stuff out because trust me, it will cause breaks to happen. Trust me, I didn't have it happen, and sometimes you might break at the wrong time. Tibby also said, I feel like a white person. You feel like a white person won't get into my therapy. I got you. D Money said, oh yeah, the tournament tomorrow, and then you said I have a DJ. I have to DJ a tournament for them tomorrow, but I won't be on my channel. Oh, okay. I got you. So you'll be doing like the music and stuff. That's dope. That is cool. Yo, also, brother, let me tell you something. If you like good at mixing and whatnot or whatever, like yeah, you don't got to show your face or nothing like that. You can just like hands and whatnot. Yo, I'm telling you, TikTok, dog. Do that directly on TikTok. There are people that do TikTok lives where they just sit there and they just DJ for hours, and people are just throwing up like galaxies and all this other type of stuff, man. Like I said, I got a boy that DJs, and he went to like over there in Europe. Like he was DJing going through like Europe and stuff directly up over there. I'm like, man, maybe I should have been a DJ. Like maybe I should have been a DJ. I could have been traveling the world and stuff. So, like I said, that's dope. That's awesome. You got your hand or finger directly on the pulse, and you can literally change the emotions of people by the flip of record. Like, yo, that's cold. Tippy said, I'm stressed, depressed, dealing with diabetes, hormones imbalances, low density, thin hair. It is crazy. Like I said, all of that is a workaround, Tippy. A lot of that stuff can be fixed. The stuff dealing with like, diabetes and hormonal imbalances, a lot of that stuff can be fixed. Like I said, they got videos, they got black female doctors that talk about this stuff on TikTok and all types of other places directly about there. I done seen the videos. I think I even got some of the videos on one of my other hard drives, but I got like thousands of whatever videos on there. So it'd be hard for me to automatically find it because nothing is directly in files like that. Tibby said you have another channel at D Money. Tibby also said, I know I've been missing the gaming live streams, and D Money said, no, I do not. But yeah, brother, you can sit up there and do that. Unlike on Twitch and YouTube, you'll deal with the copyright, type of deal if you decide that you want to DJ. If you do a live stream, it's different. The copyright stuff will happen after. But in order, in a sense, not to deal with that initially and still be able to make your money, it would be best to technically do it on TikTok. But I do get it where a lot of folks are like, I don't feel like trying to restart or make a brand new platform after they already got something established because it's brand new territories. But I'm like, that's the fun part. This is why, I'm technically, I got Kick, Twitch, YouTube, IG, X, TikTok, and maybe like I think Party and a few other places that, I've put my name directly up out there. But yeah, like I said, it's however people want to, sit up there and do it, and also it was stated, I think I looked this up before, Kick, once you start to get monetized on it, the monetization barrier, I think is still low. Kick per hour, I think is like 16 something or something like that. It's like 16 something per hour. So they actually pay pretty well for standard issue. Other platforms don't really even start off that way. You got to go off of like whatever it is that people are putting towards ads or whatnot or whatever. And it's hard to even keep it that way. So to have it as a standard that you're at least making 16 when you're monetized, that's great. All you got to do is just put in the work and keep people there and entertain and stuff. And, everything will follow suit. Sham said, oh, and, Black Girl Vitamins, make a special vitamin for PCOS. Drink spearmint tea and get you a glucose monitor. Keep your sugar under 150 and you'll be good. Yeah. Yep. And also, Tippy, you got the neighborhood healthy black woman here, Sham, who was also putting out information. She didn't put out information at a variety of live streams as well too. I think we even had her up there. I think she might have been talking about some stuff at a moment in time too. But yeah, like I said, I wasn't trying to keep y'all here much longer. We're supposed to end that back at like 350 something. So yeah, it's number 26 here. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm gonna let this video, this live, basically sit directly up there somewhere around the morning hours because now it's edging closer to 12. Somewhere around the morning hours, I'll probably put together a video and I have it, listed directly up there. For you guys, if it's not during those specific, if it's not in between 12 a.m. and 5 a.m., I'll probably have it somewhere like 6 to 7. So again, my apologies. I just know that I'm going to be tired and I want to be able to, give a response that is coherent, and that type of deal when I make those videos. D Money said Tippy just needs sunlight. Shan was like, yeah, I think PCOS is very common among Black women. Yep. And he said that's actually true. Vitamin D is good and it helps PCOS. Okay, that's dope. Okay. Like I said, I'm almost tempted to do other videos to put information out there, but like I said, it'll be like a low view video. And I know it's not going to get the attention that it actually needs. And again, I think percentage wise, when it deals with Black women or at least women on the channel, it's almost close to like 30%. So it's like I'm tempted to like want to put that type of information out there, but I know it's not going to be looked at because that's not the type of stuff that folks want to sit up there and see, which is sad. This is, it'd be like that. You can only do so much. But yeah, again, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to anybody who might have donated any rupees in the comment section. Shout out to any bit of the super chats. Shout out to the members. Shout out to my awesome, and as D Money hates me saying this, shout out to my awesome and beautiful moderators. D Money's like, man, yo, man, you gotta stop calling us beautiful, man. It's all love, man. It's all love. Like I said, shout out to Muhammad Ali, and I got this from Muhammad Ali and Michael Jackson and James Brown. Like I said, old school. Shout out to anybody that's a part of Patreon and anybody that's donated by way of Cashapp and and things of that nature. Much love, respect, and appreciation for everything that y'all do every single day. And last but not least, this man, Timmy was like, Seiji, stay online and start gaming. Nah. I don't feel like it. D Money said black people know they need sunlight, but Timmy ain't black. That's crazy. She's just light. That's all she is. Sam was like, yeah, because you see a lot of black women developing diabetes at high rates with hair loss, not knowing it's a hormone issue, and they have to change their diet. Sham said, just start off 25 minutes a day in sunlight and make your way up. That's bars. That is bars. Brandon V World said, I am back. What is up? Shout out to the brother and for the $2 dono. Also, just in case people don't know, we got another brother with a gaming channel directly up here, Brandon V World, as noted, and you can find him directly on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube as well. Also, aka Officer Haku, the anime drop spot. Gotta bring up all the old names, directly about there. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. That's crazy. This man D Money said Tippy might be one of those vampires from Twilight. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. I'll catch y'all next video or live stream. Peace out.